nice song. Real jazzy. Ooh, I love starting out with the jazz. Hit me with that sax. Is that a sax? I don't even know. What's up, folks? How's it going today? Ooh, it's a Monday. It is Monday. We got some talking to do. We got some watching to do. We got some judging to do. Oh, we're going to judge today. Wait. Knew that music was too loud. We got some judging to do today. Oh, man. This is going to be a fun one, folks. We're going to, it's going to be fun. It's going to be nostalgic. It's going to be very interesting. It's also going to be a wee bit painful. I can promise you that. We're going to go through CitizenCon, and let me tell you, CitizenCon's been a hit or miss kind of thing over the years. But you know what? I think we'll be okay. Strong in our Dorito power. I see the Dorito in chat. How's everybody doing today? Welcome. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you for coming. How you doing? Him, I think it says him. Is that Heim? Himmy? 360? Whatever it is, yo. How you doing? Revixie, good to see you coming in. Early gang with the Deus Ex notification. I love it. Lord Skippy, my dude. My dude. NB Production, Simon. Pungy with the toes, King Coop. Good morning. Ferrister, my friends, the podcast guest over the weekend. Definitely go check that episode out if you haven't. We had a really good talk about CitizenCon coming up. Something we'll talk about a little bit today. But we had a great talk. CitizenCon and 318. It's a lot of fun. Space Tomato, I see you in chat. Welcome. Dropping those tomatoes. Thank you so much. Zinthos, Asiate. As you can see, I might be terrible at names. It was really bad in my previous job, too. I had to remember people's names, and I just did not. I didn't. Ken, dude, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're a part of the community, man. Thank you for being so consistent here. Of course, it's easy to remember you. Simon, you should be going to bed, but it's the last shift before the weekend, so might as well enjoy a beer with the stream. Wish I could have one with you, but I had some drinks over the weekend, so I'm going to take it easy. Your weekend is about to start, though. That is lovely. Congratulations. Weekends are beautiful. Nikilla, how you doing? Greetings. Greetings. Washawi. 07's buddy. Reverend Quasar with the Dorito. I saw that. I saw you. You're a YouTube noob, Simon. How do you gift subs on mobile if possible? Looks like Lord Skippy is saying it's not possible. That's very annoying. Thank you, Google. But thanks for the thought, Simon. I appreciate that. The support is always appreciated. Hype Monkey 07, buddy. My headphones are about to die. Seriously? Freak Gang Juice. Got that Freak Gang. Gang. Thanks for showing up, my friend. How are you? Joe, I see you, 07s, and MGL. One of the OG homies. Dog. Thanks for being here, man. Always good to see you. Sir JRC, welcome. Shempasta. Very exciting. Much agreed. All the agreements. Chat to Deos. I just butchered that. I'm sorry. Chat do chaos. There it is. Welcome, King Coop, Marshall. Another Frenchie. Yo. And there's Baguette. How should I pronounce it? Either way, another Frenchie and Baguette just commented at the same time. Coincidence? I think not. Much funds over the weekend, yes. And also check out Ferrister if you haven't. He makes YouTube videos. Very nice voice. Super nice to listen to, dude. You could do documentaries. Did I just hear a honk? Somebody honking at me? Hello? Meh. Wow, Simon figured out a way to gift those subs, though. Yo, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, man. Starting us off with a bang. And Washawi. Washow? How do I say that? God, I'm so bad at names. Thank you for resubbing up, though. 3 months. Appreciate you. You doing good. Glad to hear it, Freak Gang. Reese! 07's dude. How you doing, man? Yo, I heard, I know I always ask you. I swear, every time I see you, the first thing I ask about is the weather over there, because I know you're right there where I'm coming from. I hear it's not too hot anymore. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Tiger, good to see you. Hearts and hugs. Otwan, welcome. All right. So, today, my friends, we got this old thing called CitizenCon coming up on the weekend. I'm sure you've heard about it. Maybe once or twice. It's just this little little rumor thing passing around the Star Citizen community. No biggie. It's no big deal, but I thought maybe if you were interested and you wanted to spend some time wasting away and talking about the past rather than the future for once, we could take a look at what the previous events had. So the way I'm gonna do this, and the reason I'm doing this is because I'm actually working on a video right now. In fact, is that open? Yeah, I gotta close this. So I've been working on this video for supporters, and it is a deep look into all of the previous CitizenCons. We go from 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, and I think I'm only at 2017. I still have plenty more to do, but this is going to, what is that? Why did my music stop? Don't do that. Don't stop. Keep playing the music. Actually, though, the music just straight stopped. That's weird. Huh. So I've been writing and working on this video, and I realized there is a ton to go over here with all these events, and I can't do it in a video, in a single video. So I figured we could go over these events in a little more detail in real time. You guys can ask questions, you can throw out some comments, we could just have a chat about how this event has been going over the years, and then kind of relate that to what we're expecting this year, because a lot of people didn't get to see these earlier events and get much context around them. So what I'm going to do is we're going to jump into each one. I'm thinking probably around 20 to 30 minutes each. I actually didn't do the math on that. It's like 2.5 hours. That's 120, 150 minutes, eight events. 8 times 20 is 160. So we actually could go for a little bit longer. I would say, just to keep it safe, like 20 to 30 minutes per event. And I'm just going to jump to like the different interesting parts, the failures. Trust me, there are some really, really bad failures in here. And also the successes, the interesting things we got to saw and what they looked like. So I hope you guys are interested in joining me for that. And we'll get started here in just a couple of seconds. I'm gonna let a couple more people file in so we don't cut people off. When you were young, you saw this video in 2013. Yo, some people who are following the game now were like literally in primary school when this video came out. It's so weird. It's weird. Previous event had Tony. Yeah, last year we did have Tony in it. Not this year. Yeah, we're jumping all the way back to 2013. It's gonna be a trip. The best part is you're not even French, but you can see why I get confused about that. Yeah, I mean, you know, bagasse might have something to do with French. Yeah, this is gonna be a heck of a ride. Agreed, VRK. You're gonna be at the EQNX event on Saturday. It's gonna be your first CitCon, and you're really excited. What's the EQNX event? Tell me more. Am I gonna do a video on the monthly report for September if it isn't replaced by CitizenCon? I will be. I will probably have it out because they're probably gonna jump the monthly report this Wednesday. So I'll probably have it done and ready to come out on the 14th. So I'll go ahead and I'm gonna take, wait, no, I'm sorry, not the 14th, the 21st. It's gonna be a week late because I'm gonna take the next 2 weeks just doing CitizenCon content, and then I'll get back to the normal schedule with the monthly report. I'm sure September is gonna be pretty light considering a lot of the work going into CitizenCon. Actually, no, they're not doing a lot of work for CitizenCon, so it might be a regular old report. We'll see. Yeah, we kind of missed the vibe of the live audience once, but they always felt like a big waste of resources. It could go both ways. I had a good talk with Soul Citizens on it over the weekend. I think they put that on their YouTube channel. If not, check out their Twitch channel. It's a good conversation. We had plenty of different guests come in and we talked about how we feel about this CitizenCon, if it feels like it's less important than before, and all that kind of stuff. So check that out. You were in the 4th grade when this episode came out. Yo. See, that's crazy. That's wild. And still we are in the pre-release CitizenCon phase. Did I talk about the insects? Which insects? The annoying ones that keep coming into my house because we leave the windows open because it's freaking hot. Anno! Dude, good to see you. Mrs. Tomato was just asking about you. Good to see you, dude. How you been? Port Olisar added again, randomly exploded you. Dude, Portalisar is a bully. Wait, Punji's going to EQNX2. What is that? What is this EQNX? All these letters. I must know. You have a voice born for radio. Thank you, Swilzy. Swilzy. That's a fun name. Swilzy. Feeling swills. The lootables once coming in 318. Insects? Lootable insects? Is that what? Am I drawing connections where there shouldn't be connections drawn? Or are you talking about insects there? We make you feel old. Don't worry about that hype monkey. I guarantee you, most of the Star Citizen community is older than me from what I've seen of my analytics. So you're more inclined to be the average. Well, actually, I guess it depends on how old you are. But if you're like in your 30s, then you're right there. You're good. You helped your girlfriend move to another city. Oh man, moving is rough. Good on you though. Using the yeah, Lord Skippy, just to confirm. Indeed. I think at this stage, with a lot of the big tech on the verge coming in and Squadron 42 getting towards the end, I'd rather they concentrate time and resources into development. I'm fine with an extended ISC. Yeah, so actually I just put out a video too right before this, probably bastardizing my own views, but I just dropped a video which was like 3 days late. Very sorry about that. Kind of talking about what I expect to see with CitizenCon this year, and what I do a little bit of opinion at the end of what I think CitizenCon should be. I do agree. I think it should be very information dense right now. We're all here for the community. The community is what kept this game together. It's what kept it going. It's super important, but at the same time, like, we are at a stage in development where we really need to double down on getting out the best, clearest, most correct information in the best possible way, because the more that kind of good information that is clear, concise, and to the point, and actually explaining what's going on, the better it's going to be for all of us. I'm sure you all are tired of people coming into the community and being like, yo, you can only get more ships by spending real money. And it's like, no, but we understand that it's hard to figure that out. So it's nice when they're putting up a really nice information dense thing like this. We got a poll going on. Mod, my man Anno just threw up a poll about CitizenCon. If you want to check that out over on Twitch, give your answers and we'll see what the consensus is. What CitizenCon do you want? An online show, in-person show, or no show? I like the online shows, but I do want to see you all in person. Honestly, we were going to do a Bar Citizen this year. Unfortunately, it's just with CitizenCon not being in physical form, it doesn't really make that much sense to us. So we're postponing it until next year, but I can't wait to throw it next year and have everybody get together, get a little tipsy, maybe get a little drunk, talk about ships. Have some fun. Orange Joe, thank you so much for the sub. Resubbing up for the 2 months at tier 1. I appreciate you over on Twitch. Let's see. Not sure first time, but I think it's kind of like a community-run CitizenCon, and weird timing means it's happening during CitizenCon. So community in-person watch party on top of some panels and LAN parties. That's dope. Where is that? Where's that happening at? That's really cool. Is it, as content creator, not hard to make Star Citizen content when they not come out with the stuff they say they come out with? Look at the PTU now, 317.3. What? Yeah, it is frustrating. Oh man, it's frustrating. Trying to make content on Star Citizen's schedule is almost as hard as jumping into the game every week and hoping for no 30Ks. But I enjoy it. I love it. Part of covering Star Citizen is also kind of keeping up with that. It's fast paced. There's a lot of information, a lot to disseminate and get through and stuff. And I like it. It's become really fun. Did I not see the August monthly report? I put out my August monthly report video. I did it late, but it's out. It is on the channel. And with that, I caught up to the chat. So we're gonna go ahead and start with 2013 right now, CitizenCon, and I actually just saw somebody use the command in chat. If you guys want to join me for CitizenCon this year, I've already put up my... Dang, that pigeon almost just flew in the window. I already put up my live stream that's going to be scheduled for the same day. I'll be going live 2 hours early for a little pre-show and talk about what we might see. And I'll also be streaming the after show with Atmo Esports and CitizenCon developers. We'll be doing a big race event, having a lot of fun with that. So if you want to be there for all of that throughout the event and what I have to say about it and all that stuff, make sure to hit up that link or use the command !CitCon in chat and RSVP to that like a party person. And with that, my friends, let us watch the historic first CitizenCon 9 years ago now, when my boy was who was it? My boy was 14 back in the day when this happened. 4th grade, I'm sorry, JRC. My boy JRC was in 4th grade when this came out. Now a full-grown man doing big, or woman, doing big things, getting ready for CitizenCon 2022. We're ready to go. Is my org doing a post-CitizenCon event? We're not, but we are doing a watch event. I'll check with chat. I'll see if we want to throw something for the members after CitizenCon. It's going to be like 1 a.m. where I am, but we've got plenty of people who will be online ready to do some good stuff. Anyways, let's jump into this. This is 2013 CitizenCon. The first time everybody is getting to meet up again after the Kickstarter started. So let's see what's going on.
Hi, I'm Chris Roberts, and I'd like to show you something I've been working on.
Oh boy.
Are we rolling? Hey, we have 5 minutes and counting till Chris Roberts' announcement. And are we all excited here? We've all got our golden tickets. Yeah!
Please welcome to the stage, Chris Roberts.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to build a universe. I'm going to do a PC game like the old Wingman I did. But if you've got a great PC, this is really going to show it off. You're not going to be able to get this experience anywhere else.
It was like, I would say the first 5 years they did this. All the way up to like 2016, they would just straight review everything from before. They'd do like a recap with testimonials and stuff. It's a very interesting way to go about it. I think they were kind of just looking for more stuff to put in there.
We'll try and get it back up when I guess you can.
God. A lot of these early videos were super...
We were completely overwhelmed by the amazing response we got when we announced Star Citizen. But unfortunately, our servers were even more overwhelmed than we were and went down for a few days. So we're just at the tail end of getting it all back into order.
Ah, it's in Ohio.
The kind folks at Kickstarter have offered to help out, and we'll be launching a Star Citizen Kickstarter page.
Look at the beautiful Area 18 of yesteryear. What is that? What even is that? That's not even... What is this? I don't know. I wasn't around at this point, but I always see this ship and I'm like, what? Is that from Freelancer or something? Yeah, the video audio is really bad. So what's going on right now is they're actually replaying an old video during CitizenCon, but the audio of the video isn't playing directly into the video source. It's like being recorded by an external microphone. That's why it sounds really bad. It was a placeholder ship? Okay. Wow, look at how early the bangle was. These in-universe videos.
6,000 clicks out. Alpha win, meaning you hit kickstart. Beta win, we'll be swarming the RFA website.
Shameless.
Tell your family.
Yo, isn't it crazy to see how young their kids were when they started? They haven't been on camera in a long time, but I remember it was like 2018, and they were like straight up kids that were talking and stuff. That must be really weird for them.
Tell your friends. Tell your pets if that's what it takes.
Oh,
upgrades,
pup.
extra ships,
Citizen pup.
whatever gets us over the top.
The dog passed away. That's sad. Default ship, I got you. So, like I said, a lot of these early shows was like, they literally were just introducing the team, introducing the studios, celebrating crowdfunding, and talking about each other. Like, it was super basic back in the day compared to CitizenCon now, where they're talking about only the game. Back then, they barely talked about the game. It's cool to see people's faces here that are still working on this too. It's nice to know that so many people stuck around the project for so long. You've never watched this CitizenCon, huh? All right. By the way, the poll on Twitch has ended with 61% of people saying they want an in-person show. I could see that. I mean, everybody loves that part. Most people. Oi! This looks like 1999. Isn't it interesting how bad the video quality was? Ancient videos. Wanted Tiger, I see you 9,000 channel points. You rigged it.
Best job ever, and you're the reason why it's the best job ever.
Yeah, that's a good point, Lord Skippy. The crowdfunding following thing, this little, what is it? Go back. Go back. This thing looked the same in 2013. Like, why? Look at how bored we were back then. And the famous use button. All right, so this goes on and on and on, and then Chris comes out. Their audio is just not good back then. This is a great reminder of that they were not a really big company back then. They were a small company that just was not great at running events.
Huge amount of people here that are part of the team that are making the game, plus a good amount of people that are also part of the community that are helping enable this game to get made. It's actually really nice. So we thought that the idea of today, and we'll do this every year on October 10th, is to create a get-together to sort of celebrate the game and the universe.
Hey, anybody see yourself in that crowd? Who was there? Was anybody at the 2013 CitizenCon?
Is to create a get-together to sort of celebrate the game and the universe, the team, talk about what we've been doing on the team, and also interact with the community. So this CitizenCon, so to speak, is smaller. It's the smallest it'll be. Next year will be much bigger, and we'll give people more warning and allow more people to be able to join. Here, obviously, we're fairly limited because we've got a lot of team members, and there's only so many seats we can have in this fairly small venue, so we're going to have to find a bigger venue than this. We've grown
Speak up.
much bigger than we were at the beginning.
Okay.
Fit, I don't know, 10 foot by 10 foot room at the start. So I thought one of the nice things to do on the 1 year anniversary would be to have the various departments and groups of people that are working on the game talk a little bit about themselves and sort of give a little anecdote so everyone gets to sort of meet them and see them because we've got an incredibly talented team. I mean, I get a lot of applause. Thank you very much for that. But I couldn't do this without the team that's working on this game. I've got incredible good people.
So, yeah, this is literally, it was like 10 minutes of just showing people who were working on it and kind of what teams are coming together. It was mostly Los Angeles and Austin at this time, I think. I would jump ahead to some of the concept work they were doing.
Stuff. And, you know, it's always cool to look at, like, great imagery. So let's run the art reel.
Ear. Some of these look so much different from Star Citizen now. Turtle. I feel like all of that was scrapped, or
These
at least
ships,
recycled.
Man, I mean, you guys have seen the ships. They're crazy daunting. I mean, so many moving parts, so many little things. I mean, for all of those to come online the way they have has been really satisfying for me.
Gosh, the Idris. Oh my gosh, look at that Idris model. Look at that. Look at this giant thing. It's like another ship on the front of it. Wow. The way things changed in design and just art style. Man, these are still concept images that I still use in videos. There's a Worsen. Hey! That's Ruined Station! I honestly didn't know... I did not know that Ruined Station was around that early. At least the concept. I thought the concept came out a couple years after this. Yeah, I think the Idris was originally a Corvette. But oh, Squadron. I think it would be very hard to record all of the work that a single dev has done over the years. That's going to take a lot of research.
Happy birthday, Star Citizen.
Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday.
Okay.
Cloud Imperium.
Sure.
Thanks. Robert Space Industries. I don't what the name is.
It's like, what website do I go to?
Happy birthday, Star Citizen. It's a 1 year mark, and may the farts be with you. I'll do a real happy birthday.
A lot of people really miss this kind of, I don't know. I don't know what you call it. Swashbuckle style? Is that a thing? Swashbuckle? Did I just make that up? We're setting the tone. Remember this as we move through the years. Oh, them cataloging their own progress. Huh. That would be interesting. That'd be cool. That'd be a lot of work on their plate, too. Swashbuckler is a different thing. Okay, I'm just throwing words out there. Campy. That's a, yeah, Campy works. Is that Jared? I don't think I saw Jared in there. Jared didn't come on until 24.
I will definitely say that it makes it very easy.
I think it was 2014.
Or design things when
Jared came on after around the verse started.
It just makes you want to put it in and see it function. So you guys are doing an amazing job. So we thought, besides
yeah, I was wrong with that one, Ken.
Doing a review and kind of generally saying happy birthday for 1 year, we also want to add some fun things for everyone out there. So no one's seen the Gladiator yet. Since we're talking about spaceships and art, we're going to show the final conceptual work on the Gladiator, which is pretty awesome, very, very fully realized.
Oh, okay, he was there as a fan. Yeah.
So this is the sort of world premiere of the Gladiator. So let's roll the first image.
Thank Kasumi.
Let's go to the next one.
Has anybody, hold on, who in chat right now has never seen this ship in game? I feel like the Gladiator's got to be one of the rarest ships to see. Everybody's just kind of forgotten about it at this point. Honestly, they haven't even talked about it for years, from what I remember. Maybe offhand every once in a while when they're talking about missiles and torpedoes, but this is not a ship you really see in the game. Yeah, this one is very much dead right now. It'd be interesting to know what their plans are for it. Holston Coop, 23 months as a supporter on YouTube. Holy lordy, dude, almost 2 years. Thank you, my man. Holston Coop's an OG and a huge part of the community, the org, and honestly helped me a ton in just getting all of this going. Thank you so much, Holston Coop, for being here all this time. You have it in game? Ooh. Oh. Oh. It's a really cool concept.
So, and
that's all they did. Back then, it was just, here's a couple concept images. Now we got these nice freaking trailers and everything.
Gladiator. A couple other things we'll show later on.
We had a couple trailers back then.
Put them on our side.
This is 2013, Igor.
Until Monday morning. So I believe if the web team is pressing the button now, Gladiator may actually be live on our side. But it's great. It's designed by David Dobbins, David Hobbins, who's an incredibly talented, conceptual, high-end film designer. He's actually a protege of Ryan Church.
All right, check this out. This is actually pretty interesting. Jared just mentioned this on Star Citizen Live last week because one of the employees from this company joined Star Citizen, I think, to head up the new character art team. It's interesting to see how long they've been working with these companies or the people involved with them and how they move into the Star Citizen team. But you might recognize this next developer.
Hello Star Citizen, welcome to Behavior Montreal's office. I'm Mathieu Beaulieu, one of the producers on Star Citizen. Well, I'm here to present you my team.
So one of our main mandates here at Behavior is creating a vast amount of planet for you to explore. We have hired the best talent in Montreal to deliver rich and breathtaking environment for you to explore and interact with. Concept artists, 3D artists, environment artists, and level designer are all working together to define the best pipeline for the planet creation process.
So all of this must have been maybe not scrapped, but like just not used, right? Because this is all before they started doing the actual planets. All this stuff was just meant to be like landing zones that were little modules. This is 2013.
It is important for us that each environment has a unique feel to it.
Like, when we saw this concept art back then, we weren't expecting that we would fly down in between these buildings and look from all the different angles, right? It was always the idea that you would just press a button, press X to land, and then you'd get on this on-rails sort of trip down to the landing pad, and then you'd get out of the ship, and then you were playing.
We want you to be able
Yeah,
to
like
quickly
Starfield.
recognize which planet you are on
Hey,
from
creep.
the first time you land on it. Architectural style of the buildings, vista elements, corporate ownership of the planet, and atmospheric ambience are few of the elements that we studied to make each planet unique. At the same time, we don't want you to get lost or having to use a map to find your way on a new planet. We want you to be able to find your way to a specific merchant easily. Planet layout, store configuration, pathway schemes, and landing sequence are all being worked to achieve that goal. But that's not all. We're also working on the economy system, as presented by Chris Roberts
the economy
a few
system.
weeks ago.
Oh,
We're also
jeez.
making good progress on the avatar customization system and planning for a social
Hits you
hub
hard.
where you'll be able to gather with your friends and plan for your...
All right, next studio being introduced. Is this the person drinking beer at work? I hope so. You need it if you're working on this game. Doesn't that look like it says avoid alpha? I don't know about that. I feel like I would always read that as avoid alpha.
Greetings, Star Citizens. We are Void Alpha. We're located in the San Francisco Bay Area. San Francisco, the iconic city by the bay.
San Francisco.
Cable cars, the waterfront. All of which we can occasionally see from our offices
The
directly
heck?
across
Is that a sniper?
the waterfront. All of which we can
That's a very ominous way to show show the city.
occasionally see from our offices directly across the bay in beautiful Emeryville, California. Here at Void Alpha, we've been working on planet-side environments for Star Citizen. Our designers create a rough 3D model of an environment called a white box. The concept artists add detail and sometimes color. The concept art is then used by our production
That
artists
was not
to
a
create
school, no.
environments to be
That was the
used in
ferry
game.
building.
Let's meet some of our talented staff.
Hi, my name's Miranda, and I'm a 3D artist here at Void Alpha. What I like best about working on the Star Citizen project is the use of the new CryEngine. It allows the artists to work more in detail and not have the limitations of technology that we used to have in the past.
What I like most about working on Star Citizen is building the planet-side locations that players will be running around on.
Terra.
And then seeing concept and environment.
I remember when they were
make
working
those
on Terra.
locations look even more amazing than I originally imagined. I'm Gabriel Aguiloz, and I'm a level designer at Void Alpha. In the past, I've worked on the Resistance and Ratchet & Clank franchises.
Ooh,
Most
I love the
recently,
Resistance.
Star Wars 1313 and First Assault.
Hold up, Star Wars 1313 was one of the canceled projects that got me more interested in Star Citizen. It's actually that's interesting that he worked on that too. Why does this look like it's 90s company NDOC video? Dude, they didn't, I don't know. Honestly, I can't tell you. All right, jumping forward again, here's some more concept art they were showing off.
Brings us to the second
Yeah, that game
spaceship
looked really
reveal,
cool.
This one isn't an engine, but it is a final conceptual. It is the Retaliator, the Aegeus Retaliator, as designed by Ryan Church, who is pretty much the superstar of conceptual designers. So let's show a little bit of the Retaliator. You guys will like this as well.
Hey, you know, at least the production value was low and they weren't sinking a bunch of money into this, right? Look at CitizenCon in the last few years. Not that I'm complaining.
I like that shot.
Anybody spot the differences from then till now? That cockpit looks way different, I think. Right? Aegis doesn't do those rounded cockpits like that anymore, do they?
I like that shot.
Yep, gives you a lot of B-roll. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Look at that. This reminds me of like Knights of the Old Republic kind of. Just, I don't know, the very kind of Semi-detailed look. Torque bays were on the side.
And there's even a luxury apartment module you can get for it. So
What?
If you're on a desert at a nice water planet.
But yeah, it looks very similar to when it did what it did back then. And then another development studio that you may recognize that is honestly doing some of the biggest work in the company now.
Just Benoit. It's not having just sold Benoit. So
All the way in year one, the introduction for Turbulent. What is this? I can't even tell what's going on. What does that say? Lay Cooper? Benoit!
Hey Star Citizen, welcome to Turbulent's offices in Montreal. My name is
He looks much less tired back then, huh?
Benoit Beauséjour. I'm the producer on the RSI project here at Turbulent. For those of you who don't know us, we're the web team responsible for building the web infrastructure for RSI. That covers website front end and back end. Our team is filled with web developers, user interface specialists, and designers. We started work with Chris Roberts last year when we were tasked with integrating your Kickstarter pledges from Kickstarter back on the old site. Then we were tasked with supporting the website throughout the Aurora and Turtle Eye promotions, which were critical elements in the game's funding. All the while, we were very busy on the back end, building the new infrastructure, working with Zane, which we flew in here into Montreal, and we locked ourselves in for a few days, and we
Oh, this did
laid
work
out the
great as a tool to
groundwork
get
and
to
content structure
tell
for the
people
website that you guys are seeing online today. So from
spend
the
more.
My Hangar system to your Melt functionality to the Voyager Direct Store and the United Earth Credits currency, our team is involved in making these things happen for you guys. One of our very important missions is also supporting the customer service team by providing them the tools and systems that they need to administer your account and close your tickets. And we're also very involved with Ben Lesnick's community moderator teams in making sure that the RSI community thrives online. You guys
So
totally
basically, Turbulent was doing all website stuff back then, which is it's so interesting. That's what they were brought on for. And honestly, I still think of them as that. They still do have a web development team in Turbulent. They do a lot of the online services. But back then, it's like that was their bread and butter. Very interesting that the ways that their roles has changed in the company.
And before I hand it to Ben, who's going to talk about some of the other community people, I would like to thank Chelsea, who works with me, and she works with most of you guys.
And this is Ben Lesnick, a person who honestly is a huge part of this project, but it's never on camera anymore, unfortunately. But still very active on Twitter. If you don't follow him, check him out.
Eternally 21.
Yeah, it's nostalgic, right?
All right.
Tony Zervik was not in the team yet. He comes on, I think, in late 2014 or early 2015. I might be wrong about that, but Tony wasn't there just yet. I don't know if he's still part of the project, but he's a big part of it.
They're not necessarily in the development teams, but they are working hard with the community and with customer service. So our web folks, John Erskine, Zane Bien, Justin Bidford, Alexis Lesnick from customer service, Chelsea, of course. Anybody else? No? Yeah, everybody stand up, stand up.
So yeah, this CitizenCon was literally just like, here's the team. And then this was kind of, I think, the big announcement of the whole show.
You want one of these nice little color shirts?
Okay, Ben is still community and customer service. Cool. Ouch.
Mission Control, do you read me? Mission Control, do you read me? This is Commander Roberts. Station Command, Boundary 42. Come in.
This is Mission Control. Receiving you, Commander.
The Eagle has landed. The Eagle has landed. Strike Recon Team is online.
Acknowledged, Commander. Transmit identification data now.
Transmitting now.
Confirmed, Commander. Personnel validated. Strike team assembled. Mission is a go. I repeat, mission is a go. Execute Executive Order Squadron 42. Good hunting, Commander.
Thanks, Control. Good to be back.
Oh, man. I thank you for giving me the word campy now, because that's how I'm going to describe this all the time. Call sign Con. So that was the beginning of Foundry 42, opened by Chris's brother. And then they went into the hangar module to kind of show this is what the game was at that time. It was just, you walk into a hangar and you look at ships.
Because it looks like it's missing some of the things that will be on the build you guys will be able to download tomorrow. So we're not going to actually, the hangar won't patch with the new build until tomorrow. But several features are, we actually now also have the privateer outfit in. So this is a sort of temporary way to fetch it, but it's on a mannequin. So Justin will use it, and now we can walk around. We now look a little more like Han Solo than a guy in a spacesuit. Justin, can you sort of use G, go around and you hold the G key down? Unless you're at the keyboard. So. I guess, well, if you hold the G key down, you can spare.
Literally the same problems we've had every single year.
So we go. So the other things.
We made our own fun. They don't know what it was like. I didn't really play back then, actually.
Unfortunately, we actually had this working back at the office. I think some of you that wandered around saw this, but for whatever reason, the build at the office, when it went onto the patcher, didn't get all the way in, so we don't have the one. So
you can like straight up hear the Windows noises, sound effects in the background.
It will be fixed, and you'll be able to get in,
Dun, dun.
in the cockpit and everything else. But this is...
Deepa, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. We don't see many super chats in here. Thank you. Appreciate that support. Cheers, brother. Or sister.
There you are. Stand up, Nathan.
My friend in Roberts.
So Nathan not only built it in engine, but he actually completely designed it. So he went from, he's basically soup to nuts on
Was that Nathan Dearsley?
Nathan has joined us. I mean, you were about what, 4 or 5 years at Crytek UK? So he was actually very familiar, and he's really helping us out in terms of
so many
how
Crytek
we're
people.
going to push it and use it inside the engine. So that will be in the patch tomorrow, and also you can already buy the Avenger, but we're going to put an Avenger package in the shop because a fair number of people have complained that they just want to sort of have the Avenger as their starting.
Yo, the Avenger was around for such a long time.
Here is the fish tank that we promised for 20
So that's
million.
mostly it in 2013. They did have this trailer at the end for the Hornet, I believe, but let's go to the next one.
And
very dramatic. Super dramatic spaceship chase scene. Imagine if you could have chase scenes like that in the game. All right, so CitizenCon 2014.
Thank you all for coming.
It was formatted very similar, the same. It was a couple hours long. Lots and lots of introductions to teams, reviews of what studios are doing. Here's some new members, stuff like that. So again, we're gonna skip on through it every once in a while and see some of those highlights. You got to get going, Ken. Great to see the humble beginnings of the ambitious project. You're not wrong. You, Grumpy Eye, and many others vent how old issues are still unresolved. Yeah, old issues are definitely unresolved. New issues have popped up. Overall, I'm just glad to see that the game has progressed so much, but it's still like, I mean, I also avoid saying that because while it has progressed a lot, there's very clearly been times where it kind of faltered, had to reset, which is how game development works. And a lot of stuff obviously was made and then learned about and then refactored and remade. So, yeah. Anyways, as you can see, this one opens up kind of the same as the last year.
However, please raise your hand if you got one of the golden tickets.
We're going to skip that part because that's just a...
Welcome to the stage, Chris Roberts.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to build a universe. I'm going to do a PC game like the old Wing Commanders I did, which was if you've got a great PC, this is really going to show it off. You're not going to be able to get this experience anywhere else. I'm hoping that a lot of you want to be in this universe, because I do, and I want to play this game. Apparently, our site is having millions of hits and is overloaded, so everyone out there, please be patient.
Days later.
222,000
Celebrations of funding, bringing in more people. They started Wingman's Hangar.
We are about to test the live client for the Hangar module. Here we go.
This was a long video. So this was like 10 minutes of just review.
We got Vandal Swarm Co-op. So the other big mode we're doing is the Murray Cup Racing. So it's a whole racing game mode.
14 minutes of review they did in this year.
So
the prison escape was what got you?
Quite a ways. It's amazing to go back and look at what the Hornet looked in 2012.
What's up, No-No?
2013, what it looks like now. So CitizenCon generally
How
is
silly you are.
sort of a celebration of what we've done the previous year, what we've achieved. So this year we're going to have a in-depth report from each one of the studios, and we'll talk about some things, and then at the very end of it we'll have a little surprise live demo and a few things on the way. So where are we going? There we go. All right. So the first studio that we're going to talk a bit about and show a little video is Santa Monica, which is the Los Angeles studio here. So I don't know if the LA team here, I think there's a bunch of you guys at the back.
Just yells into the mic that hurts.
So they've been working very hard on pretty much everything, but you know, the Arena Commander and the dogfighting was you know, a large part of what we did, the multi-cruise ship combat, and even contributed a little bit to the demo you'll see at the end of this session. But let's roll the video.
It talks with the caps lock on. I think there were only 2 studios at this time, maybe 3. Yeah, because they just opened Foundry 42. I think it was Santa Monica, Austin, and Manchester.
This is 3rd Street Promenade, and it's where our Los Angeles development studio is. So just come with me, and I'll show you inside. Okay, this is our fancy Santa Monica abode. So come in with me. There we go. All right, this is where everyone comes to get caffeined up. But this is where we do a huge amount of meetings. Then up here is where the development area is.
Oh, Detox, what's up, dude?
Here is the sort of main
Hey, I'm pretty sure you're in
area.
one of these videos.
Most of the engineers,
I think you're in like the 2015 or 2016 one.
Are based in production. Over here we have the cinematic section. So this is John.
Let me shoot you that
Chris
shout out real quick,
working
man.
on something that you're going to see. And in here is
Oh, Mrs. Tomato is on it. I should have known.
Here is our
Double shout out.
sort of ship center. It's our concept section over here. Francesca, who's our willful HR person. Here's our community section. We're editing in here, and here's Ben at his desk. I will let you guys listen to some other guys here at the Santa Monica offices tell you about what we did last year and what we are going to be doing next year.
90s Eurovision.
Executive producer on Star Citizen. I've been focusing on working with all the studios around Cloud Imperium to get them moving forward on all the other modules of the game.
Travis Day, I'm the producer.
So back in the day, there were a lot of contractors with this. Like if you haven't noticed throughout these different things, lots of contractors. They were outsourcing the work to at the time. Company just hadn't grown yet.
The Hornets, the 300 series, and the Auroras.
Mark Abent, Supreme Bug Smasher. So this year I've been working on bugs, and more bugs.
I'm Gurmukh Basin, and I'm a concept artist. I've been working on quite a few ships. Now I'm currently working on the Carrack.
I'm Dave Heddick, I'm lead writer.
For the past year, I've been working on a lot of Squadron 42 stuff.
I'm Ben Lesnick, I'm game designer and senior community manager.
For the past year, well, 2 years really, I've been working on building Star Citizen's community.
I'm Zane Bien, I'm a HUD and user interface designer. So in the past year, I've been working on art for the ship HUD and user interface.
The accomplishment I'm most proud of really is
Yeah,
putting
this is
a lot of
super early.
process in place, getting roadmaps in place, making a lot of progress on all the different modules.
The release of Arena Commander was really big for us. This is something we've been working on since the inception of the studio. It felt really good to get at least the first iterations out there. There's just been a really good feeling to have that out live to the community. It's something we really wanted to give to everybody.
The thing I'm most proud of, the multi-crew
Zane?
ship,
Zane is still there too,
the physical
heading
world
up the UI
inside
team.
The ship and walking around while the ship is flying and using
He's
the
also
turret,
still
and that
there.
was pretty
I'm
cool.
pretty sure he's on the engine team for...
Walking around while
I think he does a lot of the Gen 12 stuff, if I'm not mistaken.
the ship is flying and using the turret, and that was pretty cool.
I guess I'm just proud of how far we've come in 2 years with such an awesome community.
I think the thing that I'm most proud of is how all of the modules are actually coming together. It's quite exciting. I'm very proud of this team.
If there was one thing that I was most proud of, it's getting a game that people can play, to get dogfighting. People can now race their ships. Our characters are basically these ships that are by far the most complicated assets that I've ever worked on in a game. And to be able to
Was
see
that
all of
freelancer video that
actually
old?
working in the game is pretty impressive, and it's definitely something to be proud of.
We had this weird bug where when you get into a cockpit, multiplayer only, the player could stand up randomly. It was very annoying, but
Oh my god, that was
bug
around for a while.
to fix.
The one that stands out the most to me is the Constellation Phoenix. The community seems to love it, and I'm definitely very proud of that.
It's sort of the whole thing, seeing it from the inside out. It's just been, it's been incredible.
So I guess what I'd be
So while 2013 was super about introducing the different teams and studios involved, this one was kind of talking more about the people that were in those studios and what they had been doing for the past year. Kind of like a monthly report, but like not monthly, annually. Don't know what you would call that. Maybe like a annual report. Anyways, they got on to talking about more assets, and there's a familiar one here for those of you who were at the 2017 Squadron 42 thingy-majig, the vertical slice you'll see here. AC was dropped around when you backed. When was that, Detox? Yo, East End. Thank you for that £5 super chat. Much appreciated. Thanks for the support. I've never talked to Chris, no. I've never been to any sort of in-person event that has to do with Star Citizen. Not just yet.
Streams we're working on and what data streams we're working on.
This is your first shadow.
In terms of updating
Welcome.
the release we currently have live, which is what you guys are playing, which is in the public-facing nomenclature 0.9.1.1, I think. For us, it's 13.1, and we'll be about ready to give you 13.2. But we have to keep those streams, plus we have other streams that we develop, other things, whether it's...
We're actually on
the space stuff or the
3.17,
FPS
Chris, thank you.
So just managing all that process requires a huge amount of communication. And that's
December
actually
2014.
kind of one of the
Okay.
big things that production
Right after
does
this then, huh?
on the project. And in some ways it's a bit of an unsung thing, because you sort of always focus on pretty graphics or like a cool piece of engineering that has a really great result. But without having sort of production as a glue to pull it all together to do something of this scope and ambition, it's not really possible. So anyway, I thought I'd bring Alex up. I don't know whether you guys found it interesting, but it certainly is a small insight into some of the stuff we do. So let's carry on. Thanks, Alex. Good to have you aboard.
No more yelling, Chris, please.
All right. So the next studio that we're going to highlight is a studio that's dear to my heart, since that's where I grew up, Manchester.
Hi, I'm Aaron Roberts. I'm the studio director. We've been really hammering away on Squadron 42, as well as focusing on a bunch of the pipelines in terms of how we do the characters.
They had
how we
that
get
holiday
ships
stream in
working.
December sometimes. That's what you're talking about.
I'm Luke Presley. I'm a designer. Been working on things like lobbies,
Luke.
leaderboards, game modes, new game mechanics.
I'm Paul Jones.
I'm actually surprised at how many of the faces that were in there back then are still there now.
Arena Commander,
At least higher up.
We've done Broken Moon, Dying Star, Squadron 42. You know, we're just working like crazy on missions 1 to 10.
Hi, I'm Bjorn Tenston. I'm an EV Polaris.
Every time they talk about Squadron, I'm like,
the ice on the vehicle team. At the moment, we're mainly focusing on the Gladius, Gladiator, Retaliator, as well as a couple of cap ships.
I'd say the thing I'm most proud of is the Vandal Swarm co-op mode.
You pull that together in a day.
Yeah, we managed to take the single player version and turn it into the co-op. We had nothing one morning, and then by the evening, there was 4 of us playing.
A lot of noise from that side of the room.
It was the most fun we've had.
Just clicked.
Yeah, it just worked.
From what we've accomplished this year, I'm personally most proud of getting levels out to you guys. I mean, these levels are so big.
Here's a big
so
asset.
What we're showing now
Big
is
asset.
Shubin's facility called Arcon.
Squad win.
Shubin Interstellar is a corporation, a mining corporation. The facility that you can see is the Arcon. Now, this thing is big, like 6 kilometers big. And currently it's in its grey box phase. So you're seeing full mesh detail, no textures or shaders. Just the physical act of making these levels was initially so hard because the CryEngine was custom built for small environments. And we had to render big space scenes. That's a big achievement. For me, it's got to be the fact that we're trying
yep, that's Odin. So that was Archon Station.
Special. We're aiming.
Something that we still see them talking about in Squadron now. Here's that AC drop.
And that's what Arena Commander's about. You know, we get something out there.
See how it goes. We can do that in this game. We can actually put it out there and get their feedback. And
So they spent some time talking about Foundry 42, the work they were doing with Arena Commander. At this time, there was still no persistent universe. So Squadron 42, as we know it now, wasn't, or Star Citizen, sorry, as we know it now, wasn't in the game. It was just modules that you could go on the planet. You can go into the game and fly around with buddies, but really there wasn't any sort of get out and play the game at that time. Squadron 42 is just in lore. It was just a certain squadron that ended up being really good. Oh yeah, Paul does server meshing, you're right. That Cutlass, though. Cutlass got thick. Oh, is this not their music? No. See, now you're freaking me out. All right, we're going to play our own music for this. God dang it. I always forget about that they use licensed music. Hold on, wait for it. I don't have any salsa music, so we're just going to play this one. This doesn't really go with the video, does it? Is it their own music? See, you got me panicking. Dum dum dum. I'll just do the music. Dum 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 dum. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Okay. Oh no, it's still going. Dum 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 dum. Bum 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 bum. Ba da dum bum 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 bum. Step 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 step. Ha ha! I'm a pirate. My hair, it's black. I'm walking this way. Nope, still going. Stop the music. I'm scared. I don't want a copyright strike. Okay, that sounds like Drake stuff. And that was the first Cutlass commercial we got. And then they introduced the Cutlass Blue and the Cutlass Red.
The Cutlass stuff.
And the Cutlass Red.
The website, you can see the brochure,
which we got like 4 years
which
later.
Is very cool. Done by David Lederman and Ryan Archer, and Chris Smith did a bunch of the renders. So that's the Cutlass for you guys. So hope you like the stuff and everything else.
We got to see more of Benoit this year.
And so now we're going to hear from Turbulent, who are the guys that have built the entire web platform. A lot of, pretty much all the community tools that are used, the organizations, the forums, the posting.
Oh, you guys want to see something crazy? Check out. You want this sound mod? Check out how much the 890 jump changed since they introduced it way back in 2014.
It's crazy. So I think the next one is at midnight tonight. I think we're doing it every 5 hours. Anyway, the thing I would say about this is the first ship that we sort of white boxed and designed out of behavior, and so this was done by Quarantine and Nicholas Ferrand, who Quarantine's.
I think there's definitely like a conversation to be had about the amount of stuff they were doing at this time to raise money, while they had already kind of blown past their goal. I would have loved to be in the room, listening to how they were making decisions on like what ships they were coming up with for concepts, because they had already made a ton of money at this point and acknowledged that like, oh yeah, we have money to sort of complete what we originally wanted to do. I want to know at what point did the switch flip and they were like, we could do a lot more. Because this 890 jump concept is crazy and it took so long to come out.
Director of Behavior, and Nicholas Ferrand is incredibly talented concept artist that's worked
the Anvil Jupiter. Isn't it the Crusader Jupiter?
Montreal. And I think they did a pretty amazing design on the 890 jump. I think you guys all have a fancy brochure for it. But yes, it's if you want to hang out with your friends and cruise the star system in style, I think it's the ship to fly in. And just one thing that I think is important, because I did notice some chatter on the
there was a poll they did
about it, is that it's a different size ship and a different.
But like a lot of the stuff that they were doing to raise money was before so the poll was at I think 19 million. Their original goal was 5 million or something like that. So like there was a solid 10 to 15 million dollars somewhere in there. They were like, let's keep raising money. Let's push on it. Veshette, thank you so much for that Amazon Prime sub. I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Than what we'd originally spec'd out. I mean, essentially what we do, and this is kind of sort of an aside, but the Reclaimer was a much smaller ship in the specs. But once we got the actual 3D concept model in and we started to size it up next to the Constellation and the other ships and scaled it up for what we thought the size should be for, say, the cockpit, it was quite clear that it was a much bigger ship. And the same really was the case with the 890 jump. I mean, when we looked at the proportions, and if you went back, I went back here to this. Where is it now? That's not really in a 70-meter long ship, basically. So essentially, and I know there was a bit of chatter about the fact that the 890 was fairly pricey, but really the way everyone should think about this is that's supporting the game, supporting all this development that we're doing. You can earn the ship in the universe. You don't need to buy it. You don't need to do any of that. But if you want to support, then it's awesome, because it sort of allows us to make things bigger and better. And I love to make things bigger and better.
Sales pitches at CitizenCon.
I think that this kind of ship and things like the Reclaimer and some of the specialty ships sort of are going to make the universe and adventuring around it much richer and much more real, because you sort of have all these different ships with different roles, and it's actually really interesting to have real.
So here's Tony's introduction.
But
at least his CitizenCon introduction.
Let's hear from them instead of me.
My name is Tony Zerbeck, and I'm the director of Persistent Universe, and I'm just really excited to be working with so many.
Hey, does anybody watch Mr. Matty Plays on YouTube? Covers a lot of like Bethesda stuff and BioWare stuff and like just RPG games in general. I think he's pretty heavy on Xbox stuff. I feel like they look kind of similar. Like if Tony Zerbeck was younger, he'd look kind of like that guy. I don't know though. I get the vibe. Maybe it's the mustache beard combo.
I've always been attracted to games that present the player with highly detailed environments and then give them the freedom to pursue their own interests, and that's ultimately the underlying objective.
A lot of the ships, they come by my desk and I do final polish on a lot of them. Some of them I've built completely, like the 300i. You know, the racing thing has been a thing that's been kind of going on lately, you know, with the Murray Cup that we had and the M50. Yeah, well, Chris wanted the M50 to have that Formula One look. So I elongated the nose and I put the little fins in the front and the paint job on it. So but that's the beauty about it, you know, we can always tweak our ships, you know, it's not like a final game, it's out and that's what you get. Yeah. It's like, you know, we can always make our ships better.
Hi, I'm James Wright. I'm a senior game engine programmer. Having Large World Complete will give us the technology we need to build truly massive star systems that give the player of our game the experience you really expect in a game like Star Citizen.
My name is Tom Davies. I'm a senior gameplay programmer. From the galaxy view, we can look at all of the star systems that exist in the galaxy.
Tim Roth's more level-headed brother.
Edit the properties.
I love Tim Roth. He's cool. Or at least his acting is.
The star system as a whole,
him in real life.
All of the elements within a system, the planets and the moons and the sun and the jump points. So this is
Earth.
The Sol system, so we can see Mercury here and Venus and Earth, and we can go in and we can edit the properties of any of these elements.
Hi there, I'm Sean Tracy.
Confirmed Earth is coming to the game.
I'm the engine technical director at Cloud Imperium Games.
Absolutely the most interesting challenge is the scale. And I don't even just mean scale of production, I mean actual physical scale within the game is absolutely enormous.
Why is the music the German national anthem?
To see a lot of very narrowly focused missions. Go here, do this, and they may string a number of those together, but it's still very much dictated by the designer in terms of what you're doing, what the order.
Okay, when they talk about now having additional kind of UI and stuff coming on that is supposed to help with the new player experience or help with interactions or help with just like teaching people things, this is what I hope they're talking about. Like little overlays that can highlight things that are of note and important for us to know. And I do hope we get that stuff soon. Look at that Moe glass design. It's just like a pamphlet on your wrist.
Is, etc. If you contrast that with a more typical
exoglass, they called it,
all the individual levels, you're able to do something that's much more interesting in terms of you can control the pacing, you can control the tension, you can have a variety of sub-objectives that are all piece of the puzzle of accomplishing that larger all-encompassing objective. We're going to try to basically find a middle ground in between those two extremes to where we can algorithmically generate this multi-objective content that's going to have a beginning, a middle, an end, to where you may wind up having missions that are created such that first you receive a distress call and you don't know what's going on. You wind up going over there and it turns out that it's a freighter under attack by pirates. And so you take out the pirates, but you don't actually kill all of them, and one of them you wind up interrogating. That pirate in turn winds up giving you the location of a remote pirate outpost, and you go there and you take out the pirate outpost, and then you wind up ascertaining the location of where the entire pirate organization for that sector is storing their treasure, but of course it's going to be guarded, very heavily defended. The point is that each one of these little components is something that a designer has intricately crafted, and then we're going to look for ways to which we can logically combine these elements together and maintain thematic consistency, maintain a sufficient level of gradually rising tension, action, an increase in the rewards that are being offered to the player, so that each one of the missions that you wind up undertaking is going to have a lot more to it than just go here, do this specific objective, and then you're done. And yet we'll still be able to offer the players an absolutely gargantuan amount of content.
Okay, you guys remember, this is CitizenCon 2014. You guys remember, I think it was on Saturday? It's on Saturday? Might have been last Wednesday. I don't even remember, but there was a stream recently where we were on and I was talking about the missions and how the new mission they're talking about, I'm hoping that they're making more narrative and more connected, right? And we had a little debate about how narrative missions have a place in MMOs, not necessarily in that they're single player stories, but that they are connected to other missions and that they kind of drive you along with the story and the writing and the characters. He literally just described what I was talking about. I didn't know that. I guess obviously Tony was talking about it back then. It's still not here, but I really hope that what we see at CitizenCon this week is starting to kind of hint at that happening, because that sort of idea is a lot of what drew me to Star Citizen. I think if you can do stuff like that, given the reputation system and the factions and the just like different types of gameplay in this game, that seems like a really important part, and I hope they can do that. You want an ISC section called We Were Wrong, where they explained all the lessons learned over the quarters through failure. The community is consistently upset by the abandonment of the non-discussion of tech or items. We revealed something too soon, our priorities were wrong, and we will get better. CIG needs to humble themselves. I would hope that the quarterly retrospectives they do, or whatever they call, would highlight more of that stuff. They kind of get into it, but they don't quite come out and say, hey, we did this too early or anything like that. Karmic Joke, thanks for the sub up. Resubbing at 4 months. I appreciate it, my friend. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
My name's Kortsos, Senior Technical Artist at Cloud Imperium. So our goal is to try to write some art tools and art structures and guidelines to build just basically the entire persistent universe, which is no small task. Thankfully, we at Star Citizen were able to push.
All right, jumping forward to another Chris talk. This is, I think, where he gets into the first demo we get to see. First demo.
This editor stuff, which sort of had very sort of rough graphic-y stuff, and I'm sure it's going to get more polished over time. But it's a tool that we use to build all the stuff. And so the bones are getting built there, and that is 100% the focus of... Wait.
What is this talk? This sounds like one of those talks. It's coming along. It's almost here.
Engineer that wrote a whole sort of MMO system that's in CryEngine, and he's helping change us over for the large world. His name is Alan Chen, and he's also another incredibly talented programmer. And so we're building that. We're creating the environments, doing art direction for the overall planet side stuff, and designing the system. So it's sort of the mission system of the persistent universe. You saw sort of a little bit of the beginning of the rough like system editors and universe editor stuff, which sort of had very sort of rough graphic-y stuff, and I'm sure it's going to get more polished over time. But it's a tool that we use to build all the stuff. And so the bones are getting built there, and that is 100% the focus of the Austin studio now. Okay, we're ready now. So let's switch over to the computer feed.
It wasn't the talk. What the?
Let's
Is this
go.
Elite Dangerous?
You wanna go? So what we're going to show you is kind of a little idea of what the gameplay is going to be like.
Oh, God. It's like jumping into ArcCorp.
Without the CryEngine streaming issues.
Oh, wait. They're literally jumping into ArcCorp, huh? That's really funny. Even back then. And they've just got like the random Pyro space station there.
So, and by the way, it's just the beginning of it, really. So, but you know, we have it's the same. It's the multi-ship local physics grid stuff that's working. So, as the same stuff, Sean can get out, and so he just come out of warp outside Stanton, which is.
Okay, this was super cool because like being able to just walk around a spaceship your friend was flying back then was awesome. This is pretty novel, I think.
Port Planet. I can't remember which Stanton it is. One of the Stantons. It's like Stanton 3, Stanton 4. I can't remember which one. Dave Haddock was here. He'd be able to tell
this
me,
is such. Oh, these graphics glitches. I remember that.
He was up editing the opening montage. So I think he may actually be sleeping right now. But you know, as Paul said, and this is our cargo base that we have inside our constellation. But as Paul said, you know, this is one of the things that we quite think is great, is that we can fly around in a whole environment.
Oh, that was them going through the station
in our ship while our ship's flying around. And the prototype we wanted to do was really sort of show you sort of a very early prototype in engine of what it's going to be like when we land on the planet. So, do we want to ask for permission when you get a chance? Sure. All right. Got to sit down.
That
Okay, you can
waddle.
only ask for landing permission when you sit down.
ArcCorp Tower. This is commercial vessel Calypso requesting EDL assistance.
Why are you requesting assistance when you're still like 200,000 kilometers
Audio
away?
down, wasn't I heard the like low, right? Can you
This
pull up
isn't
the
Star
audio?
Wars.
Assuming navigation.
Oi. Oh my god. So this is what the idea of planets was supposed to be back before the game expanded. You were literally just supposed to ride a ship on rails down to the landing pad. Oh, my ears.
Adjusting descent vector in preparation for final approach.
This is the old ArcCorp. Back when they talked about 100 systems and all these planets and all that stuff, this was how the planet was supposed to be. It wasn't actually a planet, it was just like a small location, kind of like how like a game like Mass Effect was.
District C, Area 18, ArcCorp.
This was the coolest thing ever back then.
Landing complete. Thank you for using Entitech EDL
That's such a happy
Assist.
sound.
Enjoy your stay on
Use-
ArcCorp.
Actually, I don't know how like fully Starfield will do it. Sounds like they said that you could land or travel around on the planet. I don't think you're locked to a location quite like Mass Effect was with Starfield, but still waiting for more info on that. Oh my gosh, the freaking frame rates are just like playing in 317. Well, for me. Oi. Yeah, people hated the head bob. Holy crap, the head bob was so controversial. Or, well, not controversial, but just... People were just... Oh, gosh. Because it was like making people sick, I think, right? Like you're walking around and it's just an earthquake. Imagine walking around like this. Lieutenant! Shaking all over the place.
Stand by, starting scan. By entering Area 18, you agree to abide by all laws and regulations set by ArcCorp and the UEE. Any violation will result in immediate prosecution. You're clear to go. Please exit the checkpoint.
2014 Area 18, ladies and gentlemen. I liked the older version of ArcCorp more. I think a lot of people did actually. It felt much more not industrial, just like gritty.
So we just went through sort of
kind of the idea would be you'd be flying in space, you'd be in orbit, you'd request landing. That's all. This was all in engine. We'll do a lot better at the transitions coming down, but it's all going to be seamless. You can walk around, look around in your ship as you land. You land, you get permission, and now we're sort of in the sort of main concourse area of Stanton, and of course there's turn around. Let's look at the other place before we go into the one shop we actually have working. But basically, this is here where you would.
I don't know about you, Malakina. I literally slide over the ground like I'm riding on butter. I don't shake at all. Completely 100% stationary in the vertical sense.
Do a black market deal or get a sort of slight
Gyroscope in my neck.
And a lot of the planets will be.
Yeah, there is some cool stuff here. Back in the day, there was a lot of cool stuff. The thing is, it was all just kind of like not placeholder, but like not fake, but not interactable, I guess. They totally could have gone forward with a game like this. Still would have been incredible.
This is significantly more than you get on any, like even an Xbox
Pre-hype show,
One
exactly, P-Bond.
This is sort of another level, I believe, what, 30 million polys at our high point, right? So that's a lot.
Look, NPCs
now, we'll
talk to each
optimize
other.
it, but that's a hell of a lot running in. So yeah, I mean, and obviously we're at very early stages, so like in terms of the AI and the cycles of people going around, you're not seeing that level, but as you land on the planet, the actual, the different AI moving around, the characters moving, the NPCs moving around, they'll be there based because of the economy, and they'll be going about their day-night cycle. And if you land on a sort of bustling, successful planet, there'll be a lot of people going about their business. The place will look great. It will be thriving. If you're down on a sort of planet that's sort of not doing so well, then you'll see graffiti and maybe there's more crime and there's not quite as many people. And we're also going to have
Chris just couldn't help himself.
NPC sort of PvE kind of stuff that's now going to happen on the planet.
The reason this looks so much different is because this isn't an actual planet. This is like a game level, basically. Like what Arena Commander is where they are right now. This isn't the actual persistent universe, so it looks and acts a lot different.
Originally going to do, but with the full FPS mechanics and system and the modular sort of procedural system that Tony's working on. And if you remember when we first introduced him, the first game job he had was
this was actually available for players up until like what, 2017, 2018?
So he's got this whole massive plan for the economy and how the AI is going to run around in that. And so all of that, this is just early like placeholder people, but there'll be people going about, you'll be hearing what they talk, and it's all at a sort of fidelity and level that you would normally expect.
Oh my god, the frame rate.
A high AAA sort of FPS game or an open sandbox game, but maybe at a whole level of sort of another level of visual fidelity. But let's go into, so one example would be then we'd go into a shop, Dumpers Depot. I think we've shown a little bit of before, it's a bit more fleshed out, but let's go inside. And Dumpers Depot is a place that you can go and sort of get stuff repaired, get some sort of second-hand used items and equipment.
Swizzle, I think after Pyro, they're just going to do the same kind of stuff. They have teams that are working on expansion and creating new areas, and they have teams that are polishing and filling out old areas. So you've got your location teams that are adding derelicts and caves and missions and things like that, while you also have your Planet Tech team who's working on Pyro and Nyx and Odin and possibly somewhere like Castro or Terra. So I think they'll be doing both at the same time.
Soon we will, but this is really to sort of show you the ambition and the scope and the level of detail that we want to deliver the whole universe. And we are designing and building everything so that we will be able to sort of do stuff at this level on a lot of different planets. It involves some stuff that we'll be talking about going forward. We have this thing which is sort of a modular system called the tier system that allows us to have different architecture types and put them together fairly quickly. And so it's sort of a pseudo, like partly design, partly procedural system.
They still have that in the game. That's in Hurston, Lorville.
And
I think.
Anyway, this
might be an
was a
ArcCorp.
combination of work by the Austin team and the Behavior team who built the ArcCorp landing environment and Dumpers Depot. And there you go. So I hope you like that. And it's kind of. And thank you, Sean.
So that's that demo. That was the kind of what was going on in 2014. They were just getting up the module for the planet side thing, basically. And it's important to remember, because I do see there's like conversation about how it looks versus how the current game looks. Everything here is like what you would get if you were playing Call of Duty and you were in a city. Everybody's talking and walking around and doing stuff, but all of it is very much not interactable. It's not scripted. It is scripted. It's running in a very closed environment compared to the game now, which is like this big space where they're trying to run everything simultaneously. And this is kind of like what they're trying to get back to, but on a different system. And I mean, there's good and bad, I think, with both approaches. But most people who are attracted to what Star Citizen has to offer, at least back then and throughout the last 6 to 7 years, were looking for a more dynamic kind of interactive environment than just so that everything is sight dressing. Well, I can't say most people. I won't speak for most people, but a lot of people. All right, 2015. We are flying through the years. 2015 opens up basically the same as 2014 and 2013. We'll start with the opening and then we'll jump forward to, let's see. This one was in Manchester. And I think this was after like they started to get some more intense criticism. So Sandy has a speech at the beginning here, and it gets a little heartfelt. Oh, that's interesting, Drunken Master.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome everybody who's here, and welcome to everybody online. I'm Sandy Gardner, just in case you didn't know. So I had actually written a small letter that I was going to write to the whole community. However, Ben and the rest of our team suggested that I should read it out to everybody on the stream tonight. So that is
It's just a long speech, so I'm actually going to skip it. We love you, Sandy, but we're going to go to where the updates start because we got a lot of shows to get through. Yeah, they were getting a lot more kind of flack around this time.
This is the
She's still around.
I
I don't think she's necessarily working in the same position anymore. I don't know for sure.
Crowdfunding campaign. It's amazing to be standing here and have such an amazing community and such an amazing team behind.
So at this
me
point,
and in the other
Squadron
offices
42
around
had
the
already
world.
been expected
So
to,
we
I think,
thought
be
it would
close to
appropriate
release
to start CitizenCon we normally do with a sort of
as of the original
introspection
Kickstarter.
of the past 3 years. So I'm gonna play this, watch this, and
Mrs. Tomato, you wanna have dinner at a normal time, right? We got to get through all these. We got like 6 more to go. Okay, so here is their kind of recap that they did the last 2 years. This one's a little more concise, though.
Please welcome to the stage, Chris Roberts.
good morning, everyone.
Yeah, the stage was cool with this one.
So I'm going to build a universe. I'm going to do a PC game like the old Winkman as I did, which was like, you got a great PC. This
What's
is
up,
where you're
Axis?
gonna show it off. You're not
Good
gonna
to
be
see you,
able to get
dude.
this experience anywhere else. I'm hoping that a lot of you want to be in this universe, because I do, and I want to play this game.
Oh God, is that? That sounds like Top Gun music. I'm just gonna mute that real quick. I don't know if it is Top Gun music, but it doesn't sound like theirs.
Cheers. Cheers.
20 members of staff. She's still listed as Vice President Marketing? Okay. 32 members of staff.
So obviously we don't have many people in it right now, but over the next. So in here is my office, and the idea is to try and have an open work environment so everyone can communicate and talk to each other, and then
40 members. They were growing kind of quickly.
So this is the basic packet.
$2014? No, still 2013. 52 members. In like 2 months, 12 members. Oh yeah, that was the first CitizenCon, okay. So we watched this. Austin Studio, 2013 December, 60 members. So yeah, they were starting around the verse and everything. Starting all their shows up. Best in class website. February 2014, 93 members. June 2014, 139 members. Jeez. Arena Commander was online. August 2014, 156 members. Next Great Starship. $205 members, February 2015. That's when they got all the Crytek stuff going on.
Space that we're in here in Frankfurt. This one? Current office space.
Welcome to the office.
Welcome to Ealing Studios in London, England, and we're doing amazing things with both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. It's not financed by some
What's up, Sapphire One?
It's not financed
How you
by
doing?
some big investor. It's financed by all you out there, and I'm looking forward to showing you stuff from Squadron 42 and Star Citizen as we develop it. And,
We couldn't hear you, Chris. August 2015, 260 members. Okay, that's actually super key. So that is August 2015. They released the sort of ArcCorp kind of multi-crew and city module demo, and this exact scene right here we're going to see in 2 years completely redone. So remember what this looks like. Yeah, the social module. And then they demoed the PU. Okay, so that leaves us here at the beginning of 2015. Or the end of 2015,
so we're going to talk
CitizenCon.
about the upcoming plans. The first thing that we're going to release, which is going into sort of the wider test next week, is SC Alpha 1.3, and then it should be shortly in the hands of you guys
1.3.
there afterwards. So it's an incremental step beyond what we currently have.
Emotes!
We've got a couple of new weapons. We haven't actually had any new weapons in the game since the end of last year, so we've got a couple of fun ones. There's huge ballistic cannon that's about size 4, and a mass driver. That's
You like
about
the way
size 6,
quantum
really
travel
good
looked
for
more
some
back then?
long-distance sniping. More emotes.
It seems like people really like the old
loadout
version's
selector,
visuals more.
A bunch of extra stuff in ArcCorp, things like improved elevator and chat and AR. Come on, move.
Improved, did he say improved elevator?
Chat and AR. A bunch of extra stuff
Improved
in ArcCorp,
elevator.
things like improved elevator and chat and AR. Come on.
Yes, improved elevator, please.
Buggies are actually now going to be down in ArcCorp.
Oh, that was a mess. That was such a
because
mess.
If you kill yourself in the buggy, you're going to have to respawn.
People were
increasing
murdering each other
multi-cam now.
constantly with
It's a
those buggies.
Better sort of networking, dead reckoning, and a whole bunch of sort of little polish touches. So that will be in your guys' hands very, very shortly. And then the
bigger thing is what we're calling Star Citizen Alpha 2.0. And this is going to be the beginning of the full Star Citizen universe. So we've sort of made a decision
was the beginning.
To put, so instead of
I wasn't
multi-crew,
playing it this
instead of
time,
it being
no.
Arena Commander, we're putting you in the beginning.
I was like following the game very sporadically. I remember this was 2015, so I had just started my senior year in college. Uh-oh. It's coming, guys. Brace yourselves, it's coming! Hold on, I'm gonna close my window in advance. All right, we got ahead of that. I hadn't really started playing. I was watching kind of in the distance. I had just started my senior year, so I had the game. I had already backed. I was watching every so often, but I had actually kind of taken a step back. I didn't care much for video games at that time just because I was so focused on school and stuff. But I stepped in when they did launch 2.0, I remember.
Of what is the Star Citizen universe. So at the start, it's just going to be around Crusader, which is a huge
Call to Prayer's coming. You'll hear it in a second.
System. And in SE Alpha 2.0, everything's going to be in. So you're going to have the space flight, the EVA, the first-person combat shooting, social, and we actually have missions. So there's lots of different areas to visit. There's something like currently 38 different missions you can sort of do around it. So you'll be able to fight against AI or fight against other players or cooperate with other players. So it's going to be sort of a big sandbox for people to play around in. And it's sort of enabled by the large world technology. So just to give you an idea, the playable area on the large world map that we're currently using is 1 million kilometers by 1 million kilometers by 200 kilometers high.
He loves to do these comparisons with the play space.
Well, if you just want to talk about square area, it's about 1 trillion kilometers. And if you want to actually talk about the overall volume, what was it? 200 quadrillion kilometers. So to give you an idea, I think we were trying to figure out other games. The biggest game that we could find online that was said was the Elder Scrolls 2, which is meant to have 161,000 kilometer square map. And then there was Lord of the Rings, which I think 71,000 kilometer square map. And Skyrim's actually smaller than those. So in terms of layout and area, that's why we have the large world, is so we can put huge areas in them and play solar systems.
All right, so at the time, they were also talking a lot about the flight model. Those of you who've been around a while know the flight model has changed constantly, over and over and over again. And this is when they were kind of setting up the various modes that they wanted to use, which are going to get re-announced again this weekend,
And then there's Super Cruise,
7 years later.
which is somewhere between Quantum, which is really fast, and Super Cruise is significantly faster than what you...
I'm wondering if they're going to bring back something like Super Cruise. Because they keep talking about different modes, and I can't imagine how many more modes you'd have than regular Quantum, maybe VTOL, Super Cruise, I don't know.
SCM's potentially about 1,000 kilometers per second, or 1,000 meters per second, not 1,000 kilometers per second. And when you're at Super Cruise, it's good for sort of running away, but you can't maneuver nearly as fast, obviously, because the G-forces are heavy. And then, of course, there's quantum travel, which we showed at the Gamescom demo, and you'll see tonight. And so those are sort of the 4 levels of travel. Certain levels of them, like quantum, require fuel. Some things like Super Cruise will require fuel. So you can, there's a lot more you can do, and we need those different variations of speed
think so?
in the IFCS because you've got a much bigger play area. There's much more.
No,
things
it's not
you
a thing
can do,
anymore.
And we're slowly starting to bring in the elements that we
But
want
they've been
in the
hinting.
final game. So having said that, we're now going to show you a demo of working in SC Alpha 2.0, all live like we did last time.
It's a constellation that he's
let's play
standing
a little
under.
bit and
Nah,
sort of,
they're in a
see
hangar.
all the things that we've talked about being all together. All right, take it away, Andy, and I'll talk you through.
Glenn wasn't there just yet. I think Glenn was there, but I don't think he was running the demos.
Okay, so here we are. There's 64 different places you can spawn in. There's sort of your habitats, or not your habits, your little sort of cabins. So when you join the large world /SC Alpha,
Port Olisar was beautiful back then.
There's your own particular rooms. So here we got 4 of our folks here, and we're on Port Olisar.
This was the very beginning
Head to the atrium.
of the persistent universe. Definitely a nostalgic feel watching this. It's crazy that we still have the exact same model of Port Olisar. Still that head bobbing. Oh no, this is old CitizenCon. This is 2015.
Okay, and so when you spawn on the space station, you can go to these different terminals and call up one of your ships to be on one of the landing pads. So we're going to pull up a Constellation. So we're all, because, you know. And so it tells us what landing pad, how many landing pads do we have on Port Olisar? 10. I think there's 10 landing pads.
Wouldn't that be disappointing if you
have your ship spawn?
How much would that suck if you joined in here and this was CitizenCon 2022? Like, all right, we took a step back on our rendering passes and we downgraded the lighting for better support. We hope you don't mind. There's also very little detail. Just like everything has been downgraded by 6 years. That would be really funny and make me cry.
The space station is built out with access to all the 10 landing
What's up, Jaybird?
pads and stuff. So it's built out in a much larger scale than we did
Wait, during the watch party, that'd be funny.
Did we go to the wrong door to get to the landing pad?
Oh, the old chat module. There's Old Crusader.
One of our players is taking a Hornet, so we're taking a Hornet, and the other 3 are going to be on the. So I guess this was on landing pad 2, and then the other guys are on 4, which you can see over here. And if we look over here, we can see the guys walking out on the landing pad over there.
Is Hughes still in the Ursa? Huh.
Right.
Photocopy of Jupiter. Excuse me, guys. It was a PNG, not a JPEG. Okay. Sheesh.
The Constellation is almost done. It'll be done when we.
All right, I'm gonna skip through this a little bit because it is a longer demo.
All right.
So the comm array stuff was still pretty similar back then.
Yeah, so this is part of the SC Alpha 2.0. So there's various areas. So like these are AI pirates that would spawn around the communication satellite they've disabled. Oh, see the Hornet just go past.
Thank you. I didn't see that. Sorry.
There we go. Should we get in the someone get in the turret?
Scanning. Bogey.
It was a GIF.
Stop. Shields charging. Shields charging.
Old HUD. Oh my gosh. What is going on with the screen? Oh, there was no explosion. Everybody was really expecting an explosion there.
Bogey, scanning.
turrets were terrible back then, yeah. Turrets weren't really all that fun to use until like 2019.
Stop here, and we'll show one other feature, which is allow you can go in and out of EVA in any vehicle, including single-seat fighters. So.
Oh, that's really far.
So we'll head in here to. You can see him EVAing right there.
Shoot him.
So let's EVA into the communications satellite.
So this is actually, I think, the same way that the comms arrays still work right now. It's like a little bit different, but same models and everything.
We'll go ahead and repair it. So let's.
Then they fly over to Cryastro, which is no longer here. This used to be like a dedicated repair space station.
There we go. It's one of the refuel rearm paths.
There's no elevator. I don't think there's elevators on the comm arrays now, right? You'd land, these little robots would come out. Now you just hit a button. And they say, repairs complete, or they don't.
And
they don't repair
you. We're going to have a more involved repair mechanic for players and also for the NPCs when we, as the Citizen Universe progresses, but short term this is the first iteration, which longer term when you've got you can earn UEC and persistence, which will be.
I'm guessing they removed the drones because the drones were specific to Cryastro, and they didn't want to have to add them to every space station in the game. But I don't know.
Refuel.
They only got removed once Cryastro was gone.
All right. Okay.
Raised autopilot disengaged.
So now we're going to go to Security Port Korea and check that out. This is sort of the
look at all these classics: Port Olisar, Korea, like all this stuff. Oh, here's the old Quantum Travel. If you want to see it. Oh, they did not make it all the way there.
Quantum drive activated.
Again!
Quantum drive deactivated.
And that's Selen, right? Looks quite a bit different. And you can tell that they didn't actually move you, like you can see that it loads in differently than the actual quantum travel back then. It's close, right? And then he actually gets in and it's far. Kind of different from how it is now.
Quantum drive deactivated. Bogey.
Yeah, that's Selen, I believe.
All right. And this is the area that will be in the first release that will have sort of weapon drops and stuff. So if you come here, you'll be able to get weapons. And
if you land on top of the moons and planets,
and
you can always see the sun. It's actually really cool. You can watch it go around the horizon, and it's just always daytime.
Shoot other people if you want. Or defend yourself. Either one of the two things.
The huge impact is really cool on the planet. That would have been cool to keep.
Go. Yeah. It's a big ship. You got to be careful with it.
Oi. Classic Constellation landing problems.
All right.
Just tip down, tap the nose, bounce back up. Then they get into Korea. Yeah, it looks mostly the same. This update that we're about to get to Korea is kind of the first big one since way back then. Oh, that screen tearing. It hurts. It's actually physically painful. Stop it, my legs.
And I believe there's a data center in the center of here that you can reactivate, which I think is where we're going. And it's sort of like a command and control.
Oh my God,
point.
the
so
lighting.
If you come and you control this area, you'll get missions and stuff. And so the idea is when we have this running, people will hopefully come here and try and control and fight over the area. So, well, there we go. Here we have some people do it right
See, they
now.
straight up wanted people to fight over it and control it, and they just now are figuring out the way that they want that to happen. Because as it is right now, it's not really like a fight to control sort of area. It's just a go and shoot people if they come near you area.
So we have four outlaws that have been playing by the four guys over on this side. And there's also some weapon drops.
Oh, the one
here,
where you
so
investigate why the station blew up, that's Kovalik shipping hub. That's still in the game.
And there's some recharge stations for energy weapons there. And there's some ammo drops and various weapon drops around here. All right. Okay, these are the outlaws. Outlaw. Hey, did you guys kill all the Marines? I guess they're gonna steal the Constellation now. So we don't actually rehearse this. Sometimes the Marines win, sometimes the outlaw guys win. I think this was pretty much a whitewash.
And then from here, they head back to Port Olisar, I think.
And these are the various destinations you can see. So there's going to be a huge amount of, just even in the first drop, there's going to be a massive amount of places to visit in the large world and play.
So the whole game back then was just the area around Crusader, and we were like that for 3 years, I think, 2 or 3 years.
Here in the UK, and it's actually kind of fun. People shooting each other in the face, and flying around and doing stuff.
So then they go from that demo, they introduce the Arc Star map, which you know is still something you can use. It's actually something a lot of people don't know about. They talk about the hardware specials that they were doing back then. Which this was just too early for this kind of thing, I think. I don't think this ever made it to market.
Head of business development, because he's been working directly with SciTech, and he's a British national. Right,
hello.
So I pull these back.
Hi.
There you are. You want to click those last 3 slides so you know which ones to go to. There you go.
Okay.
They showed us some ships.
Serious side of the dog.
They promoted a ship sale, of course.
Kind of put you in the Squadron 42 mode. And I do want to say,
and then,
all the ships selling all this.
Oh God. Okay. This is where the pain starts. This is where the pain starts, folks. You ready? This isn't even like, this is a warm-up for 2016. 2016 was bad. Here we go.
So let's put the lights down, and let's play the video.
Alrighty. Oh boy. Get some eye drops in when I cry about this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this emergency session is called to order. Admiral Bishop, you have the floor.
For 200 years.
Morph, what's up, dude? Yeah, man, masochistic.
We have caught these attacks. Raids.
Oh, did you raid? Oh, crap, you did raid. Hey, man, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry I missed that. I just thought you were coming to chill. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. I hope you had a good stream. Were you playing Cyberpunk? You were, man. Hope you had fun, dude. Raiden and Faden, have a good night, my friend. Everybody else who just arrived with Morph, we are reviewing all of the CitizenCons leading up to this year to kind of get an idea of where this event came from and where it's going, I guess, kind of. So far, not so bad, but you can definitely see the difference in all of the different years so far. And this is where it starts to take another turn towards more of a kind of a marketing event.
But I am here to tell you that we are at war. Tiber, Orion, Caliban, Virgil, once human systems are but abandoned in the face of the enemy. The Vandal are at our gates. Weapons bared while we hide and cower. Retreating as they burn and decimate everything around us. We cannot let the tragedy of Vega happen again. We cannot give the Vandal any more ground. To defend this empire, we must attack. And we have to be committed to that attack, whatever the cost may be. We have to rebuild our fleet. We have
Give me that camera drone, please.
The power of human innovation to reclaim these so-called red systems and strike back at the enemy. This will not be an easy fight. It will cost us in resources, in credits, in lives. Well, some of you may be asking why undertake such a thing, and I can tell you in one word. Victory. For if there's one thing the Vandal has taught us, it's that without victory, there can be no survival.
I mean, he's got a point. Vandal kind of just like Don't stop killing people. And then this part. The biggest of all. They announce all of their crazy expensive actors. Hey, Leandros, thank you so much for the resub, by the way. Sorry I missed that. Appreciate you. Thanks for the support. And Deepa, another 5. Thanks for the super chat, my friend. Yeah, this was 2015. It's a dope cast. I mean, there's no denying that. There's a lot of ridiculous names here. You don't think they were that expensive? Oh, come on. Liam Cunningham was in the middle of Game of Thrones at this point. Oh, God. Answer the call. So this was like, if you haven't noticed, compared to the other CitizenCons we've watched so far, they spent a lot of time introducing studios, talking about the progress, talking about what they were doing over the last year. Whereas this one was basically, here's what's coming up, here's a demo, here's a promotional trailer, and then they kind of describe how the trailer was made. Like they talk about it a lot, lips and all.
Would be the nuance that we can capture. So if you look in this
and then they talked about kind of Squadron 42.
So just to give you an idea,
made some really bad statements about where it was in progress.
Missions. It's also sort of sandboxy, where you'll have optional missions you can do besides the narrative for the story. So there's going to be a vast amount of gameplay. I mean, we're sort of spend time with. So I think that's going to be pretty good, and you can sort of define who you are through your actions and interactions.
Idris Elba would be dope.
So I'm going to show you a little video of kind of just a shoot for the behind the scenes.
Yeah, then they do a bunch of promo, looking at the actors and stuff. This was all rather unnecessary at this point. And then they do the Morrow tour, which was actually a cool look at like some in-game assets. But in my opinion, it was really just a look at in-game assets. This is fun though. It's fun to look at her model and then go to the vertical slice. I'm gonna take a little detour real quick, because they really improved that. Squadron 42 vertical slice. Vertical slice.
And when you're at Super Cruise, it's good to sort of...
Stop it. So if we go to the same spot in the Idris. Right here. Check out this comparison of character models.
Hey, finish the work on your scanner.
Compared to... Oh my God. That is very bad. This is like a 2-year difference, and they got a lot better. I'll say that much. I mean, this looks like a marshmallow compared to this.
I should help you.
So there was at least that.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic. You should go to the briefing room.
You're hopeless,
I'm
Webb.
busy.
I'm heading to engineering. I can give you the tour.
Honestly, they were kind of eerie in this one. You're creepy. So, and also even just like the lighting and everything, like overall, this was a solid improvement over that. Just the lighting, the detail looks much better than that. And that was like a 2-year difference. So, I mean, I don't know if they're gonna have that much of an improvement now, because it's kind of the same stuff, but the Gen 12 renderer and the stuff that they can do with the lighting after they've put in the Gen 12 renderer very well could lead to another big upgrade. So this is what they kind of showed at the end. Just gave us a tour of the in-game assets of the Idris. Again, a bit early in retrospective since the game was nowhere near complete.
Rumor has it that's why his ex left. Well, he's probably better off. Told me she had a gambling problem.
16 times the detail.
You seen Luther since you got back?
No. Why?
I hear somebody whispering. You guys hear that? Somebody's whispering in the background.
You seen Luther since you got back?
No. Why?
Oh, she said they were going to bring on the cake. Why didn't they mute his mic? All right. Sorry.
Oh, remind me to tell you about Claude later.
I'm sure you will.
Just kind of more of the comparisons here. Looking at...
The Stanton's been in service for a while now. Keeps us engineers busy. But I guess it's a hell of a lot more interesting than
these hallways.
where hardly anything needs fixing.
Compared to these hallways. Actually, I think we could find the exact same spot in the ship here. If we try our hardest. Think it's after he gets the call. Nah, I don't think I can find it. Oh yeah, here we go. So that's the same spot in the ship, if you want to compare them. That's actually doesn't look too much different. Lighting isn't much different though.
When he got his commission later on, he requested her special.
So again, that's like a 2-year difference.
As you can see, the Idris is quite a big ship.
So that's fun to see. I like the context of that. But that's mainly the demo. That's like, this is overall what we got for CitizenCon 2015. It honestly was a lot more in-game visuals than in previous years, but it also wasn't as much kind of information about what's actually going on. They were a little mum on that kind of thing. Well, we're going to jump from there to 2016, and my friends, this is where the pain really starts. I promise it does get better, but before it gets better, it will get much worse. 2016, the year of mistakes. There were some good parts to 2016, but overall, I think they did not give us the right information this year. Here we go. Like the previous years, Sandy opened again. We got a video talking about this actually. So this wasn't a video about the last year. This was kind of just like a testimonial video of just kind of what people liked about the game. And I think Detox, you were in this one.
Still creating that. We were creating.
I know that Salty Mike is in this one.
Website, and we were interacting with all of you guys, and it just kept building and building.
The community that Star Citizen has developed over the past 4 years has devoted thousands of hours into making sure that Star Citizen becomes the best game it can possibly be.
It really proves what we can achieve without a publisher.
You've got that brilliant
Why didn't they bring a water bottle in here?
communication, like back and forth.
The backers and the subscribers are with us. So they're not in studio with us, but we really feel that they're with us.
And it's been fantastic. You know, it shapes what we're doing every day.
A lot of people joined this year. This is when I started playing regularly.
Everybody's opinion matters.
We read the forums, we read the comments, and that feedback is also felt.
Just from them playing, that's giving us a tremendous amount of information.
You're sort of sharing stuff almost daily and getting feedback, and you're riffing off what people are sort of responding to. And I think there's an energy that comes with it. You know, they're waiting for cool stuff from you. Their hopes and dreams are with you, and you kind of want to not let them down.
We just want to make the best game we can. We want to make something which has never been made before.
The year you took a break.
Prepared to compromise that.
This would have been a good year to take a break.
It's the fourth CitizenCon since we launched in 2012, and it's quite a great opportunity to reflect for a second how far we have come. We started out with 12 people, Chris, Sandy, myself, Ben, and a few other volunteers. After adding Los Angeles and Austin, really ramping it up in 13, we added Manchester in 14, we added Frankfurt in 15, and And now we are at 360 developers and support staff in all these locations, all thanks to the community having given us this incredible opportunity. I'm not aware of any other
Thank you, Mrs.
area,
Tomato.
whether it's in games or elsewhere,
The joys
where
of
this has
having
been
a mod
done
in the
and
house.
where, an organization like this could be built strictly on the basis of this fan and community support, and it's just absolutely great.
We do events with the community all the time. Backers are there, they're hanging out with us. They're telling us how excited they are about what they've just played, how excited they are about the work we've just done, how excited they are about work that
Your kid still has to watch the Sandworm video.
Right.
Hey, if nothing else, at least they provide a good entertainment.
the team gets energized and pumped up about.
At Gamescom this year, on the show floor in the convention, we had hundreds of thousands of people over the course of the week come
I miss
and,
that guy,
and
Blackish.
see us, and we were exposed to that, and we had people lining up for 2 hours at times just to play
Dr.
play Arena
Squatch, so
Commander,
commercials.
see what was already playable in the game.
There's people all around the country and the world that I would not have had the luxury of meeting and befriending if it wasn't for Star Citizen.
As I followed the game, as I brought it into my streaming career, and got to meet the community, all they just kind of kept snowballing.
To me, Star Citizen means freedom. Freedom from publishers, freedom in gameplay, freedom for many to live in an online universe they have been wanting for decades.
Test Squadron, it's a fantastic community, and that really is what this is about. We're just a small...
40,000 organizations. What in the world? Why is there 40,000 organizations back then? That's insane.
Star Citizen community.
Once they started being able to walk around, I think they started to...
Santantica, thank you for that Amazon Prime sub. Thanks for the support, my friend.
Star Citizen is a chance to finally get to be an astronaut without having to be good at math.
I decided to try out racing tech. I think with the Mustang Gamma. And
your boy.
I play one-handed, so I have to use voice attack. And it took me a while to get used to it, but eventually, like by the 5th or 6th lap, I was getting the hang of it, and it was really enjoyable. So I'm really happy that
was he twerk back then?
A lot of people like me to enjoy the game.
We got into a 20-minute dogfight until he was too
this was after Crytek had their problems. Well, I think they had 2 different times when they had really big problems with their employees.
I went blades out and went for the ram.
Actually took off in a few different ships
Richards.
and flew to the backside of a moon, and it was actually kind of cool seeing the dark side of the moon, but also when we cruised around and we slowly saw the sun just coming across the horizon, and to me that was kind of a really beautiful moment.
Typically in development, us devs were locked in a room for building for years, right? Without much visibility, without much feedback on really what we're doing. With Star Citizen, we're so open with the community and forward-facing. They see what we do. To get that feedback.
38,000 orgs have 1 member. I wonder if they're gonna put some kind of a limitation on that, because that's insane.
They show us the good and the bad in gaming development.
Just holding a rifle.
That before, and they continue to push the boundaries on gaming.
The freedom with not having a publisher and setting goals and deadlines, it means that we can concentrate on what we think means the most to the fans.
We're always striving to build new tools so that the community can communicate and share.
Still doesn't look too tired.
So that we can
Good for you, Benoit.
Issue Council is a tool that we created
Ah,
to allow
Clive.
the community to not just submit bugs, but ultimately make Star Citizen better. With the scope and the
Oh,
size
is
of
it like a
this game,
P4 rep?
We don't just value the bugs submitted from our backers. We need them. Sometimes they even show up with Mark Bug Smasher event.
Welcome to Bug Smashers. You ready to smash
Mark.
a bug? Let's get started.
All of us who back
Mark
this
does
game
so
know
much for
that
this game.
CIG and Chris are doing something special here.
Because the community supports us, we're able to make these
Isn't that Clive? Did I get his name wrong?
Welcome to episode 100.
Eric, dang it. Yeah, sorry. That's Eric.
For you guys. We're going to
God.
take a brief look at the
Too many.
background.
I told you I'm bad at
First
names.
ship that Chris revealed for Squadron 42.
There's lore makers, etc., just to show you not just how we're making this game, but kind of dig a little bit more inside of what it takes.
One of our favorite fan video editors, a gentleman named Years100, created the Imagine trailer. He
Imagine.
took all of our videos, he cut them together in new and
Imagine.
exciting ways. It's one of my favorite ways that the community
Was a
has
cool
influenced
trailer.
not just the development of our game, but the development of our game presentation.
Welcome to the next great starship.
The Next Great Starship was a show that...
All right. Okay. Enough testimonials. So this was 2016. Here we go, guys.
So you are our secret sauce. You are what makes us go. You make it.
I'm actually going to. So he does a lot of kind of the same stuff they did before, where they talk about what's been happening,
because of you,
how things have been going, how the studios have been growing, all that kind of stuff.
But I'm going to hand you over to them, and they're going to tell you about what we have in the works for you guys on the community front.
So this was fun. This was the introduction of Spectrum.
And I need to come in front of you guys to show you what we're working on.
Again, this was the main stuff that Benoit and Turbulent were working on at that time.
What we came up with based on the "you're not thinking big enough" statement. And so when we presented Orgs 2.1 to Chris, which was basically a new forum system for your guild, we quickly saw that the feature set that we needed to be way bigger than just a traditional forum engine. Also, we didn't want to just build a forum engine for the sake of it, which is, it's still a pretty old medium. So we wanted to basically start reinventing that. You can switch. And so we came up with Spectrum. The name was coined just as naturally as that, because we felt that it represented that it was already in the lore, and so it was the perfect way to sort of name this tool. And so what Spectrum is a real-time web application that offers all community communications in Star Citizen. So that's the high level. Now, to present it, I need to deepen into it. Now, this is the result of almost a year of work and labor of love from the Turbulent team, who's been iterating and iterating on that, looking at what's already there, and this is what we came up with. And so it's modeled after contemporary communication platforms. I'm sure you guys use Militia. We use an Apple Cloud for to be able. We pitched all the matrix and talked to him. It's perks that you need to run your organization. And this was always that you don't need to run your guild off-site. You don't need to run your organization off-site.
That is not correct. You still do.
You don't need to run your guild off-site. You don't need to run your organization off-site.
6 years and we still have to run our organization off-site.
Tools in the platform, and so you can just hit the ground running. And so
I've been really disappointed with how slowly Spectrum has moved forward. I think if Spectrum was actually working the way that they envisioned with this meeting, and obviously it's going to take longer than they thought, big surprise. I think if it worked the way it did with this, it'd be so much more useful to be in an organization right now. Messaging services in the game, a hub for your org, like all this stuff would be cool, but it's just not there yet.
So we want, just on the chat level, we really wanted to get something that was modern and usable.
From here, we did this really, honestly, in my opinion, terrible ship promo. Yeah, they planned for mobile. I'll touch on that. Hold on. So you can see here they planned for it to be available in the game. Oops.
Stuff and so that's application
in the game.
And like Chris likes to say,
on your desktop as an app and in your mobile and tablets, which would be cool, but it's not actually there. So then they jumped into this promo. This is kind of, you get the real big vibe that this is very much a marketing kind of feeling event a lot of times during this CitizenCon.
One year ago, our lives were shattered. But we have not
Yes, it's
forgotten.
Polaris. Yo, Grumpy, just the guy to be watching this with, man. Welcome. Well, this is, I love that you jumped in during 2016 too. This is literally the worst CitizenCon I think that they did. We're just going through. Yeah, I'll let it speak for itself.
You united in the face of the Vandal threat. We have dedicated
Yeah, you would
ourselves
think this was going to be like a Squadron 42 thing.
always wanted. A safe and secure UEE for all.
Screw the UEE. UEE? Screw the
Thanks to
UEE.
your continued support in the sale of war bonds, the UEE is proud to announce the Militia Mobilization Initiative.
Oh, God.
Authorizing the sale of certain military-grade ships to ensure that civilian militias are properly equipped to defend the Empire in times of need. We will ensure a brighter future for our children. At the forefront of that effort is RSI's newest ship, the Polaris. Combining devastating firepower and searing speed, the Polaris-class Corvette is effective against a wide variety of aggressors and scenarios. From delivering humanitarian aid to tactical operations, the Polaris's ability will make it an essential part of any fleet for years to come. But the Polaris is only the tip of the spear for this grand initiative. A full line of other ships are now available.
That's the thing, Windlord. They didn't even need to do this. This whole trailer, completely unnecessary. Like, they could have just done the whole thing that they do with concepts now, with a page and a QA and like a couple cool pictures. But this is, and then it was weird that they dropped this in here after Spectrum and before the Squadron 42 update. Like, literally before they started to talk about the game that was supposed to come out in the year of this presentation.
For a limited time, and to support faster mobilization and operational effectiveness.
No, the ship is not out yet.
Fleet formations are being offered in discounted, pre-designed ship teams. So stand in solidarity with the brave men and women who put their lives on the line, and join them in protecting the dream that is the UEE.
It's literally painful.
Answer the call
I
today.
feel like, as a content creator, I feel like I'm getting smacked. I'm glad I wasn't covering the game back then, because if I was putting out videos at this point, I would have been like, like I would have looked back on those videos and been like, ah, dude.
So anyway, actually you probably already know because it's been on Reddit. We sort of released the RSI Polaris Corvette, and I think yesterday was the best day we ever had in Star Citizen. And I mean, the one thing I do want to say though, because I know this sort of
Is that why people were laughing? Somebody shouted, "You should be ashamed."
sometimes there's a bit of debate and controversy. It is your. No one needs to get a big fancy spaceship or anything else. You spend
Oh God,
$40
this
or
is awkward.
$45 and do it. That's all you need.
Oh my God, I can't
But
even be here.
The way I look at it is, this, getting a Corvette or whatever, a Constellation, is really just supporting development. I mean, that's kind of the way it looks like. And so for me, it should only be if someone's saying, you know what, I really like what these guys are doing. I want to support it. I love the process, and I'm there, and they're giving me a cool ship.
All right, okay. I'm sorry, I can't. No, he's the CEO. Like, he's not gone, but he does have less of a on camera sort of position at this point, and a lot of the kind of the stuff that was happening back then is not necessarily happening the same way now. Things have definitely, I think, changed from this. Now the basically from here on out, it's literally, imagine you're running a track event and you're doing hurdles, and every single part of the CitizenCon from here till the end is another hurdle.
Update stuff now, and then
here we go.
Cool stuff. So first, Squadron 42, sort of tell you kind of where we're at on it. Squadron 42, like other things, like we just showed you Spectrum. And by the way, the one thing, just to segue back to where we were on that Benoit and John didn't mention is that the goal when we deliver...
Just to segue back on that from the Polaris sale.
Next generation launcher, which has the new patch, which will not be downloading gigs of data all the time whenever we do a small test.
That was nice. Before we got that patcher, it was like every single time there was an update, it was like 60 gigabytes of stuff to download. It was terrible.
Which I think would help people out. I mean,
can't imagine how bad it was for CIG.
It's not such a big deal, but with data caps and all the rest of stuff, and it's also frustrating even for us when we're patching it on the dev side. It's like you change one file and suddenly there's at least 2 gigabytes. So the new system's really exponentially better. It will only be bringing down the things that change. So we're working hard to deliver the Spectrum and the new patcher for you before the end of the year. So I'm not going to give you any specific dates because I get shot when I do that.
He does. He gives more.
Seems much more reliable than
he makes this joke like every other CitizenCon after 2015, but he keeps giving dates.
Me. I'm an optimist. You have to be an optimist in this business. So anyway, so speaking of optimistic, Squadron 42, it's significantly grown from when it was first pitched in 2012. So to sort of get you where we're landing at, because we're content and sort of feature locked now, we have what we call chapters, which is chapters in the story. There's 28 of them.
He just said they were content and feature locked.
Squadron 42, episode 1, which is equivalent to probably about 60.
What's up, Impotats?
Most of our chapters are multi-part.
I like that
so
name.
If you compare it to a Wing Commander mission, they're usually 2 to 3 missions in length. So there's flying around, down on foot, or talking to people, all sorts of stuff. Obviously it has an A-list cast that you all know about. There's a few people we haven't told you about that will be a surprise that we will unveil.
Skip
I
forward
should
a
really
little.
apologize for that.
Oh, God.
We just want to make the best one game we can.
Don't yell in my ear,
and
please.
Same systems that we're going to be doing in Star Citizen. We're always going to have dogfighting in space, but now we're going to have dogfighting in planetary atmosphere, which is kind of a big deal. We have the new tech, which we're going to be showing you a little later on here. And we have Subsumption, which is fully systemic AI, sort of the next generation stuff, created by the genius mind of Tony Zurvek, wherever he is. I don't know, he's hiding out somewhere here.
Oh, wait, Subsumption was a Tony Z thing? I didn't know that.
I'll demonstrate clicking. There you go. See, I'm just pretending to click, and they actually do it back there.
Oh my God. We're getting to the bad part.
Technology is now done. We have some key things still left. So Subsumption is still the major one that we're doing, just because it's this whole new thing that we're doing, and we need to continue to work on the pathfinding, because it's not just pathfinding like you would in traditional game. We have these different moving ships. So like, for instance, the Idris is moving around in space while people are moving around inside it, which is a challenge that you
We
don't
got
normally
Atmo flight
get in
now.
most games. And that has to work. Animation integration. So we spent all this time capturing these actors at a huge amount of fidelity, and we want to make sure that the fluidity of the animation going between actions and everything doesn't feel sort of like the typical AI, which is like this, and then it does that, right? So that definitely takes time.
I actually don't. Do you mean like the
combat logic in terms of
like
the
more
AI,
in-depth
sort of
Atmo flight?
working together and stuff, integrating sort of we had sort of an older mission system which was more traditional, the old CryEngine.
Like the aerodynamics and stuff?
Since we've gone more systemic and we've got Subsumption, we're building another layer on top of Subsumption to be able to do an extra level of systemic sort of missions, which you'll see in Squadron 42, but then that's actually the engine that powers what we're doing in Star Citizen that's even more flexible.
I don't think content and feature lock was done at that point.
Sort of
Unless, because they put out the Squadron 42 roadmap after this, and there are things that are now in Squadron 42 that weren't on that roadmap then. So, I mean, I guess maybe they just didn't tell us about it, but I feel like there were definitely features that were not locked in at this time that we heard about. Things like the aerodynamics, control surfaces, flak ammo, and like all that kind of stuff. I don't know.
Together as Wingman better, which is kind of sort of a bit about the improved combat logic. So those are all sort of things we're working on. So AI is a big thing that we really want to push.
They didn't have the render engine done yet.
Object container streaming. I talked about object containers back in Gamescom. It's sort of how we can travel around these big star systems and bring in like really dense areas of information, objects, and then get them out. Because we can't, even if you've
Maybe they meant they planned on the rendering engine? I don't know. Maybe they were feature locked, but I feel like there were definitely features that weren't mentioned back then, at least, in the roadmaps.
Click forward, please. There you go. So right now where we're at in Squadron 42 is all the chapters and gameplay features are at gray box are better. So gray box is when we've had everything blocked out.
All the gameplay
action's
features are
done.
at gray box.
We've sort of balanced it for what we think will be fun or not, but it doesn't have sort of the final assets, the final polish, and things like the AI.
Yeah, they've come a long way. See, that's the thing. Like, if they didn't talk about dates or anything, or like, yeah, we're at gray box, or like we're feature locked or anything like that, I don't think it would be that bad. But like, it really gave you the sense that the game was further along than it was. And this was the year after they said it was coming out this year. So it was just not a good look.
We are currently taking one of the chapters of the story all the way to what we would consider final shipping quality. The idea would be to flush out all the technical integration and polish issues you would get with that. And that was actually, I gave an interview, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, probably spoke too soon, and it's saying, we're hoping to show you a Squadron 42 mission, and we're not quite there yet. So we got very close. The team worked really hard, but we don't want to show it until we say, this is what it's going to be like in the final game with all the polish. And for our standpoint, we don't want to show something too early on Squadron 42. We want to show the final stuff. So I know that's a bit of a bummer, but it's important.
You showed us the year before, dang it.
Squadron 42 itself is going to be a fantastic experience, but there is, work in progress. Star Citizen, yes, I think work in progress on Squadron 42. I don't really want to do because I am accused of being a bit of a perfectionist, but it does need to be a great experience. And well, I'm hopefully gonna show you something that will make you forget what I just said. So we'll see. Maybe not, but then you can buy me lots of drinks afterwards, or I'll drink lots of alcohol or do something.
Oh no, no. Well, actually, yes. What he shows us after this does make you forget about this. That he's right about that.
But one of the keys is that and I think Aaron said it in the video, and I feel that way. Is we want to do it right. It's really important to do it right. What we're enabled to do by you guys is to do it right. Because if we were in a typical situation with a publisher, they would say, well, no, you've got to make the Christmas window, get it out, and and then you can patch it with you can do some patches, and then the DLC, and don't worry about that people won't think it's quite as polished or whatever, and it's got a bunch of bugs. And no, that's I don't think anyone, because everybody's, this is what you guys, it's what I want. I've spent all this time. You guys have obviously spent a vast amount of time supporting and being there, and let's make it right. Like, why
some stuff can't even work without making other stuff for it to function. Yeah. Is it their fault for not knowing you need to walk animation before running animation? I don't think it's their fault. I don't blame them for not understanding everything that needed to be done to reach the ultimate goal they wanted to do. I blame them for the way they're communicating it. He could have just not said this stuff, but he did. And that's the problem. Not necessarily that they didn't get everything done. I just wish he hadn't done it like this.
Look, I got to tell you, I was, there's quite a lot of things that I was looking forward to Uncharted 4, and they're like, oh no, it's going to be February.
Each chapter has a main mission event, but you can explore the rest of the solar system. No, I think because it's a military game, I think the idea is that you're still following the missions and doing the stuff, but you have the ability to do things in different order, like objectives and stuff, in an open environment, kind of. But I imagine you'd probably get court-martialed, right, if you went to a city when you're supposed to be like running a bombing run or something.
From the polish we need to do, it still needs a bit more time. But we will be showing you this final this mission polish level in the near future. So
that would be dope, Malakina.
That will be before the end of this year, but I'm not going to promise that because I get shot by people when I say that.
What did he say?
Level in the near future.
He said that like twice today.
And I'm hoping that will be before the end of this year. But
what will be
this final this mission polish level in the near future? So
see,
and I'm hoping.
Why did he say it?
That will be before the end of this year.
He just said he wouldn't give dates.
I'm not going to promise that because I get shot by people when I say that. Okay, so that's Squadron 42. Let me move on. Bam.
I think they were going to release in 2016. Yeah, the original would have made sense in 2016 for sure.
Star Marine, which is obviously a big thing, and Arena Commander.
All right, so here's where it gets interesting. I'm actually going to skip the 2.6 stuff. We didn't have 3.0 yet. There was no like planetary landings or anything like that. That was about to happen. And he starts talking about that Come on. Okay, he talks about Arena Commander, Star Marine. Then we get to 3.0. This is where things just start to go a little crazy.
Games, if they had those features, they would be very happy. Which is, going to have trading, cargo, piracy, smuggling, mercenary, bounty hunter, which we talked about. We're going to try to get the Stanton system in there fleshed out. It's going to be using the Planet V2 technology, which I am going to show you very shortly.
This was like, this. I think this right here should have been the reason that they never did a year-long roadmap. I mean, it's all hindsight. I didn't know back then. We didn't understand back then. But like now that we've seen them kind of condense the roadmap to just a quarter or two, and we've seen how much more accurate they can be, this was probably the big flag that was like, hey, don't do year-long roadmap, do a 1-quarter roadmap, because you'll see how it goes.
In 3.0 we'll have we'll have things like the Rover and the Dragonfly, who you
just remember at this point they still wanted every update to be just 1 quarter. So 3.1, 1 quarter, 3.2, 1 quarter, 3.3, 1 quarter.
Okay. So, and I want to give you a bit of roadmap after 3.0, so you know what we're doing. I guess there's a lot of miners here, or refiners. So 3.1, and just also, by the way, in case you haven't noticed it, I know last year we said, well, we're going to do a release. We're going to try to do a release every month. After going through this year, we've sort of realized that that's a very hard cadence to do, because by the time you get new content in and you start testing it and get feedback, it's almost impossible to get a significant amount of content to test and do the feedback. So I would say that our cadence on releases, which is what you've seen in the last few releases, is probably going to be something like 2 to 3 months between releases. So just to give expectations, because I don't want to go through 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4, and everyone goes, okay, we're going to get that in 4 months. Because again, we'll get shot by everyone on the development side.
Imagine
but anyway, so
3.1
is going to have mining, we're going to have refining and processing, we're going to have quantum interdiction, which means you'll be able to wait and pull people out of quantum travel, whether it's AI or you're doing it yourself. Refuel.
Hey man, I've absolutely said stuff that was wrong, and you can still support me, or you can decide to call me a liar. Once again, I am allowed to criticize someone, and every other people are allowed to criticize me. I was wrong about plenty of stuff. They're clearly wrong about a lot of stuff. Luckily for me, I don't have millions and millions of dollars riding on my word.
Escort. We're gonna add additional locations to Stanton, and we're gonna have the new Drake ships. Well, we already have the red and blue, but in the new way we do ships. The Miss Cull Sea for trading, the Prospector for mining, and the Origin 85X, which was this kind of cool cruiser that was with the 890 jump. And if you already have an 890 jump, of course you will get that already. The next one up would be 3.2 with repair and salvage. So we'll be able to salvage and repair. So dive a bit deeper in mercenary, because we have some mercenary stuff that will be in 3.0, and we'll be sort of fleshing all these out. Again, adding more locations in Stanton and fleshing it out further.
Millionaire.
Finishing out the RSI ships in the new way.
I'm building the next big spaceship, dude.
And then the variants of the Vanguard and the Reclaimer, which is a beautiful ship. And I know it's one of Nate's favorite ships. So if you know Nathan Disley likes the ship, it's going to be awesome. 3.3. Here's the one. Who knew farming was so popular? So what we're going to aim at 3.3 is farming, sort of the rescue side. Yeah. And then you can hit Tony up about all this here, because
once all this stuff is in game, they really need to go back and joke about this. They need to clown on this before all the other documentaries do.
Yet more fleshing out what we're doing in Stanton, and the Anvil Carrack, which I think that's the 890 jump.
Schwizzle, if I could make one concept CP done and also include the gameplay for that ship, I'd pick the Endeavor.
And by the way, so once the Squadron 42, the Foundry 42 team working on the Squadron 42 ships, they're going up. They're actually all rolling. So the way we're going to do it is that we our biggest vehicle team is in Foundry 42, and right now most of them are working on the Squadron 42 ships because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of Vandal ships, a lot of UE big ships like the Bengal, I mean the Idris, the Javelin.
Yo, I'm trying to do Harvest Moon in space.
So they're all going to roll off onto sort of the big...
The interesting part is they announced farming here for 3.3, but they didn't mention the Endeavor. Like, the Endeavor's actually in the picture. You would think that that would be on the list. I wonder why they did that.
New ships, which are, you know, Carrack, Jump, Merchant Man, the whole sea we had before. And the US vehicle teams are going to be focusing on sort of the more... you know, the more contain like
Filling on the White Knight side. Dude, honestly, most of the time I'm defending, like I'm on CIG's side. I think this was like the one time when I'm just really like, geez, man. This is the one, not the one time. I think there's a few different times where I look back and I'm really disappointed. But this is the biggest one in my opinion.
The F8 or something like that. So anyway,
Endeavor was announced before this, but like all of these ships were all announced. They're just saying these are the ships that would be included in the patch. And you'd think that the Endeavor would be included in the farming patch.
Finally, 4-0. So this is which will be, that'll be the first time we'll go beyond Stanton to other star systems. I'm not going to say how many star systems yet. Depends how much we'll be able to build with our content pipeline.
Hey, good news is like we are getting jump points with 4.0. They're not wrong about that one.
Which we'll show you a little bit.
It just didn't come after 3.3.
But we're very focused on, if you've seen some of the ATV, how to author star systems at the quality level that we like, with a sense of lore and art.
Oh yeah, he didn't want to make that mistake, Grumpy.
But you know, be able to do planets, because, you know, I mean, sometimes in FPS games people spend forever, years just making a small 2x2 kilometer level, and obviously for us to build the system, the universe that we need, we need to be a bit faster than that.
Okay. All right.
So
I'm skipping forward. That part's we got through it. Now we're on to this part. This part's super interesting. I didn't realize this until I was doing research for the video I'm releasing later this week, but I never noticed. This isn't a demo about the game. This is a demo entirely for Planet Tech. Like listening to him talk and looking at this board, this page, whatever slide, it never clicked in my head that this is completely about the Planet Tech itself and not the gameplay that's in the demo.
Tech publicly. Of course, like everything we do, it's going to get better and better. But it's a completely new terrain system. It seamlessly supports the sort of spherical terrain at planetary scale. So, you know, most terrain systems are flat, whereas this, it's a planet.
I believe that,
Malakina. You can
Malakina.
go around every side, and the gravity and everything works. And the horizon line is the actual real horizon line. If you see something, you can walk to it. There is no cheating at all on it.
God, I used to say that. So this is right before me and my wife, Mrs. Tomato, met. We met right before CitizenCon. Okay, not right before CitizenCon 2017. We met after this, but I didn't start talking to her about Star Citizen a lot for a few months. You know, I spared her because I wanted her to stay around and say hi to me. But I remember I used to always tell her when we were watching demos and stuff and looking at planets, I'd be like, you see that? You can go there in that game. Got it from Chris. She mocked me for it.
Walk to it. There is no cheating at all on it. It's all, yeah. I know, it's...
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. The last giveaway ended at the end of last stream, and the winner was Punji Stick, big member of the community, huge Toes Gang guy over here, dropping them toes in the chat, and decided to nominate that ship to go to a friend of his. So I forgot to mention that giveaway had ended. I'm starting the next one on a Wednesday, and it will be ending during CitizenCon this Saturday. So keep an eye out for the next giveaway to start. Rigged. I was actually really surprised he won, but yeah, the last one with the Aurora game package had already ended. Sorry about that. I realized last stream I was supposed to do it last stream, so I did it at the end. And I forgot to announce it. Sorry about that, folks.
Hard to believe it's not faked, I know. You know, it's kind of like the moon landing, really. Anyway, but everything's, everything's generated at runtime because you can't have this amount of data in there, and it's amazing. And actually, when we show the demo, I think we've set up so you can sort of see the frame counter, because what the guys have done there, the game logic and the code and simulation slows everything down. Their actual engine generating the world is incredibly fast. So if you look at the top right, you'll sort of see when you're seeing the world, and you'll see it sort of drop. It's still going to be very fast, but you'll see the frame counter drop when the game stuff starts happening, when you're moving around and stuff. So I mentioned there's no view distance. It's artist-driven.
Yeah, all this is pretty accurate. The planets actually ended up being amazing.
Over here, I'm going to have Sean and Simon.
The problem is that they went and made an entire gameplay demo for the Planet Tech demo, and I think they probably should have just stuck to like what they do for Planet Tech demo now, which is like they show the Planet Tech itself.
So for Frankfurt, it's going to really go into some of the tools that we use. They're awesome.
This is still their learning phase.
Saying Frankfurt? All right, just checking. That voice sounded familiar to me. But the key,
Crouch.
The key is that it's absolutely
Good to see you, my friend. Welcome to the party.
And we're using all this stuff to just basically author planets at a global scale very quickly, but to give it real sense and character, because there's obviously quite a few other games using sort of procedural tech to do planets, and I have to say that as technical achievements are all like really impressive and cool and all the rest of the stuff. But for me, all 100% live in the engine in real time. Let's go.
So, again, just a little reminder, this is all just a Planet Tech demo. It's not necessarily meant for the gameplay in the game. I think they made a mistake with that by showing a lot of gameplay that people assumed was part of the game. Senalaya, thank you so much for that. Gifting out 4 subs, getting us up to our daily goal. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let's see how this held up. I actually haven't watched the last ISC yet. I'm going to do a reaction to that one tomorrow morning. Keep an eye out for that on the other channel. It took them a while, but I think the planets look this good at this point. The biomes still aren't this diverse, but the looks are good. Raffle's still up. Exclamation point join should allow you to get in on it. And don't forget, folks, exclamation point CitizenCon will give you the ability to RSVP to our stream that we're doing during the CitizenCon demo this year, where I'll be doing detailed looks, give some context, talk about what's going on, give away a couple of ships, all that jazz. Yeah, so Layer 3 is a planet on the opposite side of the Star Citizen universe from where we are. So this planet isn't coming for a long time. I'm not really sure why they chose it, but this planet's still a long ways away. Yo, Senalaya, thank you for gifting out another sub. Or no, for subbing up yourself. Tier 1, 5 months. Appreciate you.
No, they missed it. Yeah.
He says that every year.
He actually says hello, CitizenCon, but you guys were all laughing when you saw the guy.
This is a 2016 CitizenCon Planet Tech demo. This is not the current, this isn't current CitizenCon. I think this demo got a lot of people to sign up.
Here we are in our Constellation Aquila. Some contrails.
Goofy pilot.
So we're heading towards the distress beacon. So the idea with this would be that, you potentially could get a mission where you get a distress beacon and you're going to find out on, in this particular case, this planet. So we're heading towards it. So I think this is telling us the atmospheric conditions are unsafe. And one of the key gameplay things we want to do because obviously the planetary tech is going to allow us to have a whole bunch of play areas we don't normally have, is to encourage players not to always, maybe you can't always fly there. Maybe you have to get out and use your rover, for instance.
Still not something that you really have to do. I expect that. I do expect us to be limited in terms of where we can fly, but we haven't really seen that too much yet on planets, at least naturally speaking. Worst thing about this isn't the sandworm, it's the derelict ships and abandoned outposts that are still not in the game. Well, now they are, right? Or you mean these exact ones? So I'm gonna kind of skip through this. It's a brilliant demo, but we've all seen most of it. Oh, you mean like the outpost, like this style?
So let's go and see the distress beacons about almost 3 kilometers away over there.
So the main reason for this demo is just to kind of show off the difference in distance and how things work and the storms and all that jazz. So they go driving down into this valley. You mean the exact ones from this demo? I got you.
Looks like someone didn't heed the atmospheric unsafe flight warning.
Nice glitch, bro.
If we take a look back here, you can sort of see where we came from. About 2.5 kilometers back there. And so we're heading past this rock.
To be honest, though, that's kind of the old style derelict, right? That's pretty much a waste. They don't even... Are they even using it for anything, or just it's just there? That is true, Jedi Shinobi. Jumping forward a little bit more. Get to a little ambush here. Again, gameplay that they should not have thrown in here because it has nothing to do with the planet tech. But it just gets people... It's hype. It's definitely hype feel. Star Wars vibes, you know? Got another call. I don't think you guys can hear it. It's funny because all of this is now actually in the game. Like, we do have NPCs that are out on the ground and can shoot at you, and we do have rocks that are that tall that you can climb up on, and we do have derelict ships out there that you can go inside of and like do little activities in. But it just took a long time, and I think this led people to think that this kind of stuff was around the corner, or at least was coming with this Planet Tech update, and it was only just the Planet Tech that they were working on.
I know the music changing here is all part of the dynamic music logic system.
You don't scope at 15 yards, loser? Kidding.
Right, so that's, well, we lost our rover, that's not so good.
This whole video is new for you? Oh. Should check out the whole thing. It is a very entertaining demo. You're busy being 12. Had better things going on in life than watching some spaceships. The call to prayer is a little cliche. Oh my god.
Alright, let's see what we got around here.
I think the dragonfly was like the one thing we did get pretty quickly after this demo. But yeah, that's really, you know, it's a dragonfly ride all the way to another distress beacon. Don't you know, it's an emergency power backup, just in case your ship gets sheared in half. Actually, this is a escape pod. So, I don't know. Maybe they have that kind of thing?
Yeah, and if you see up there, that's the space station. And if you look closer, you can actually see the rings slowly rotate. But that is the space station we flew past on the way down. And that's kind of what the sort of tech and the 64-bit precision for positional space gives you. We just can have this dynamic range of scale that I don't think any other game has. So all this up-close detail at this level, at, you know, as high-quality first person as you see in any other game, but on a global or a planetary Earth.
I think they are playing with the controller. I think they play with the controller during the demos to make it a little smoother. More cinematic, more immersion. All right, jumping forward a little bit more. We get a little teaser here of the best feature in the game. So unnecessary.
Maybe dangerous out in the desert, who knows? That looks like...
But you can see this storm in the background. Like, we get storms, but obviously nothing like this, and they're not dynamic, they're not really traveling. That stuff is very slowly being implemented. We get storms, and they do travel around the planet, but they'd only travel... Basically, the planet is wrapped in, like, a storm layer, and that whole layer kind of rotates around the planet. So the storms don't move separately, they all move together. So while we do have storms, generally blizzards right now, they're not nearly at this level yet.
So we showed you a crash Starfarer, this is a crash Javelin.
Microtech does have a lot of snows.
Still about 200 meters away. And, check out.
I'm gonna jump forward a little bit.
close.
You see the storm coming up.
Let's get out of here. Shit. Come on. Hurry up, Vince. Go, quick. Jump.
Yada, 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 storm. Sorry, guys, I am definitely running behind, so we're going to speed up a little bit here. To, of course, the highlight of the whole... the highlight of the last 10 years. We have to give it a moment to shine. Even the NPCs riding on dragonflies would be cool. Give me that. It's good target practice. Yeah, everybody's seen this. Why they got a sandworm?
Maybe that's not such a good idea.
And then they kind of glitched the ending here. And he's like, what the f?
How did it? Okay, that's the first time it's ever done that. But you get to see the pull out twice. Right?
How much of this whole demo is actually a thing in game? At this point, I would say like most of it. The planet tech, the derelicts, not the exact derelicts, but the idea of derelict ships, derelict outposts, the Ursa, the Dragonfly, the weapons, the NPCs, all that stuff is in game. But it took a while. Javelin wreck is in, not quite to that detail. No. Hoverbikes kind of get a separate update from ships. So hoverbikes actually got an update last year. Now, jumping forward, this is the part I think they should have stuck with. This is the Planet Tech demo, where they explain how the Planet Tech works. They run through it. They show us, like, I think this was the legit demo. I don't know why they did all of the gameplay. But they go through it and they explain it and they show how it works, and like it all does function like that in game. And then they gave us this little playthrough.
The exotic bits, these are sulfur lakes. This place probably just stinks. I mean, it's super hot. The sunset, though, that you can see again with the atmosphere scattering, we get this for free. You know, not for free. I mean, somebody worked very, very hard on it, Carson Wenzel.
What would funding be if they didn't screw up the framing? What do you mean by that?
Horizon, yeah, we're going to get that scattering. We get natural day-night cycles because, well, the planet's rotating. So you see, they're doing a bit of mining here, but Simon's, he's brave.
Crouch, I'll see you later, man. Thanks for dropping by.
Oh, he almost blacked out.
All right, jump it forward. Oh my gosh, I am so far behind now. 2017. This is going to be a quick review this time. This was the year when they finally started to change things up. They went from doing 2-hour single shot sort of shows where they showed all of the stuff and did like reviews and just had everybody sit down on the screen and watch everything in 2 hours, to having a bunch of panels with different types of coverage. There was a lot more going on. It was a lot better production quality, that's for sure.
Printed saber. Hey, Ulf, don't go anywhere. Ulf, show us the saber. I want to see the saber.
Hey,
show us the saber.
Auditorium again. As you can see, it's clear now. People are already in the theater. So if you just go around, they're already. All right. We just walk around now. Just follow me with the camera. That'd be great. So we can actually see what the atrium
Mostly
looks like. We do
better quality.
We do have some tech over there that we're going to present after the speech when the panels are live. We do have the face over IP technology right there. We do have the big Saber Raven model right here. It was done by JR Fabrication. It's not a life-size one, as I told you.
This one was where they had more of the development teams come onto the stage. They actually explained what they were doing, what they were working towards, what kind of technology they were working with. Everybody kind of got to explain things for themselves, and it was just so much better. So much more informative, gave you a much better idea of what they were actually doing, but it took them a long time to get to this point. That was Ulf, yeah.
Left. He's probably better off. Told me she had a gambling problem.
All right. So this is just standard PCAP that we usually get, facial and audio, and there's not running any look-IK system right now. So what I did is I set up a camera to move around a bit, just to represent some player movement, and what I'm going to do is tell Moro here to look at the camera as if it's the player. Okay. So
so this stuff is in game, or at least the stuff that I was looking at before K3 is in game now. The derelicts, the planet tech, the clouds, the vehicles, the weapons, the NPCs, all that stuff's in game tech-wise. The planet itself that they built isn't. But that kind of stuff is really easy for them to build up. They've been able to build up planets in just a couple of weeks now with the tech they use. That one was a mock-up to show what they wanted to do with their planets.
Our standard look-IK system that we had before.
Jonathan, what's up, man?
On. Let me show that.
Cito's great. But a bit of a
Can we get Jonathan a shout-out? Thanks for dropping by, dude.
You don't want the whole crew to know. Rumour has it that's why his ex left. But he's probably better off. Told me she had a gambling problem.
All right, so now you can see that he is constantly looking at the camera, which is really good. I mean, we're getting some of the performance shining through on the face and on the head a little bit, but we are losing a lot of the subtleties, and this is one of the issues we wanted to sort out this year. Okay.
Jumping forward, you can get more kind of understanding of the tech they're using. This is where they started to introduce how feet can interact with the ground, even when it's irregular. I don't know if that's impressive tech. Maybe it was back then. I was impressed by it at the time, but it was a cool demo. And this is, I think, what they're starting to do with hands now. They're starting to talk about how hands will dynamically adjust to the surfaces they touch with the new versions of locomotion for zero-G movement. See more of this here. Oh, not there. Here.
It's always a procedural modification. And the word procedural means that we have a piece of code, and this piece of code either generates a new motion from scratch, or, like in this case, it takes an existing motion and modifies it in the way how we need it. So in other words, a programmer needs to figure out how people move in a specific situation, and then he writes a couple of code lines to reproduce the visual pattern of that motion. And all this,
we're really happy at that. Basically the way
we got plenty of updates. This is where we started to see the work that was going into the eventual Gen 12 stuff. So a lot of this is talking about rendering and the graphics team. This is actually one of the guys, I can't remember his name, but he's one of the guys who's still working on the Gen 12 renderer. So the more you go through the 2017 and 2018 kind of CitizenCons, the more you see the stuff that's actually starting to be completed now. And you get the sense that by 2017, they were finally feeling, I don't want to say feeling the heat, but feeling the need to get these things set in stone and get them actually worked on. And from there, they started to get a cohesive sort of vision of what they wanted to have for this. And you could see the work progressing year after year. Finally, with 2021 and now 2022, things are actually kind of coming to fruition.
In the coming release, or decompressing many files at once, depending on how many CPUs you've got. So these two systems together mean we can get data off the disk extremely quickly, which is really important for us because of the vast amount of data we have in our game.
They talked a lot about lore stuff. We had some narrative team come on and talk about the different aliens, what they had plans for this is still pretty far out, to be honest, but I mean,
exploring how we could
it's interesting.
Some of the elements of their ships. So you see some of the heads on the left.
We got to see some Planet Tech stuff again. Stuff that's all made it into the game since. It's actually made it into the game pretty quick after. Levski was in the game with the next update, right? It came in with 3.0. You meant like the worm and the mission and the reinforcements and stuff? I don't know. I don't know, man. Your ship shouldn't be despawning when you do bunker missions. You might be getting it blown up. I'd be wary of the turrets on the bunkers. Sometimes they'll blow you up if you finish a mission and they think you're a hostile right afterward. Are there mining stations like that one? No, this here is, where was it? This is Levski. This is the large asteroid known as Daymar. Where did it go? Oh, it was literally the video we were watching. This is the large asteroid known as Delamar. This was in-game until I think 2019 or 2018, and then it was removed. So this is going to actually be in the Nyx system. It's going to be the third star system in the game, and it's kind of a peek into that star system. But this was here for a while. They removed it because they only brought it in to test Planetech. They brought Delamar in to test Planetech because we didn't have Hurston, we didn't have Microtech, R-Corp, or Crusader. So they made this, and they said, okay, we've got this test bed, you guys can land on this and use it. But once we started to get all the planets, they were like, okay, we don't need it anymore. We'll take it out and put it in Nyx. But they continued to talk about the Planetech, the work they were doing on the Planetech.
And you're starting to see the tapestry sit together. This is the most cost-effective and time-effective way of exploring ideas, because essentially, I'm not going to the guys and saying, hey man, let's do an ice planet, let's do this. You know, so we can go very, very quickly.
And then the mistake of 2017, because there's got to be one, they talked about base building and land claims. Now, land claims didn't mean that you could go and claim land in the game in 2017 and then have it reserved for you. It meant that you could get the thing that would allow you to claim land once the game was released or live, but it didn't really go over that way. And by also combining that conversation with base building, it just really rubbed people the wrong way, and that was kind of the controversial thing of 2017. I think they probably could have skipped this conversation this year, but
out to non-UEE space,
they didn't.
And then there you can find some of your shadier things that you want to do in the game. So if you do plant it in the UEE space, then the idea is that you get the protection from the UEE, you know, in case somebody comes and attacks you.
Oh yeah, land claims will be back.
It will be transferable between players. Like any good government, the UEE will actually take a cut of that in a title transfer cost. Then from there, right now what we're doing is we're doing general licenses. Later on, the UEE will portion out
I don't remember how much they were.
So when it comes to actually claiming the beacon or claiming your lands, you'll have a beacon. And we always liked the concept of a physical interaction. So you set down your beacon, this is where I want to go. And either yourself, one of your teammates, or a data.
And then they ended the demo with a look at R-Corp. You guys remember earlier in this stream when I said that we were going to see that same hallway on R-Corp remade in the actual PU compared to that last time, I think it was 2014 or 2015, when we saw it just in its own module. Now you get to see kind of the improvement in graphics and improvement in sort of the scaling and stuff they were doing with it. So this is the keynote gameplay demo they did that year.
Even more self-aware. Right, let's head out. Okay.
Now there's NPCs, there's a lot more lights. Looks a lot better. In fact, can we go back and... Nah, I don't feel like going back to find it. You guys remember what it looked like.
The big difference with ArcCorp that we have now is that there isn't really a skybox. Everything is real. So, well, not real, it's digital, but it's there. It's a digital thing. So let's just head.
What do I think about Pyro being released as a separate server entry? I think if they can't get server meshing and jump points working for Pyro, they should just wait, honestly. There won't be a big CitizenCon video this year. They're just doing the panel. It's just information this time.
Vibe stuff.
Take that 2 times. Just hopped in here from a YouTube video. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you liked the video. Hope you liked the stream too. We're doing a really quick run through of all CitizenCons because I am.
Right, let's go.
I spent a lot of time on the earlier ones.
So everyone's in a line. As always, if you're going anywhere to get through immigration.
There will be some interesting stuff during CitizenCon. Don't doubt it. There's going to be some cool stuff, but it's not going to be anything like this. If you want, you can type in !CitCon and that'll let you set a reminder to join for the stream when we look at that. How many years do we have to wait for our second system? Probably next year. Maybe. Wanted them to show us Pyro for the 4th time. I don't think that's a big deal. I think people are really like blowing out of proportion the fact that we're seeing Pyro in a single panel this year. It's like they showed us Pyro at the end of 2019 as a teaser. Of course they had to. But we didn't get it in 2020. So, and then they focused on it in 2021. So we only got 1 year of focusing on Pyro, and this year they're not focusing on Pyro again. I don't know why people are so up in arms about that. This year is about systems, game systems coming online for 4.0. They only have 1 panel about Pyro.
3.0, but is going to be just after 3.0. Although I think we should probably, Glenn, shouldn't really, let's start the small amount, right? The new Aurora.
I think
perhaps.
Pyro might be in late next year. So this was cool that they did this whole like fly through of the city.
Not sure we're going to let you actually get this close to the populated areas, but we'll let you guys do it.
T-Love, I actually just put a video out about what I think they'll show this year if you want to check that out on the channel. Been on that road since 2019 and we're still on it. I mean, think about it this way. Stanton took them 7 years? 6 years? I guess it's still technically in construction. 7 years or so. Pyro's taking them 3 years or so. I don't know. I think it makes sense that, like, obviously in hindsight, I thought Pyro was coming sooner. But it's not surprising that Pyro is taking them 3 to 4 years to make if Stanton's taking them 7 years to make. And if that's the most exciting thing they have to show, then show it. I don't think they needed to show it in 2019. I agree with that.
Which is essentially a full-size, Earth-sized planet completely covered with man-made structures and at a real scale.
Yeah, you can't even fly down there
everything to
anymore.
the horizon, fully covered. We can basically fly all over ArcCorp.
And here was our first... This is our first teaser about Pyro, at least, he says here. Keep in mind, Ron, they're also working on 2 other systems at the same time as Pyro. Possibly 3 systems.
The red cluster you see up there is actually the Pyro system. So when we leave Stanton, that will be one of our destinations.
That's the first time he mentions Pyro there. They're working on Nyx and Odin as well in parallel with Pyro. And then they might be working on Terra. Don't know if they're actually working on it or not, but they have mentioned Terra in the past. So they go from this, and then they make a jump out to Lorville, Hurston, rather. This was a really good demo, because it was realistic. They didn't fake missions. They didn't do anything crazy. They just showed off the planets, tongue in cheek. Ah, I got you. I think the demo that they were working on with Terra in the past was the one that who was it? Void Alpha was working on.
And now we're in orbit, like high orbit actually, well, quite a ways out from Hurston. Which
This is 2017.
Another planet inside the Stanton system. ArcCorp is owned by ArcCorp. In the Stanton system, the UE leased each one of the major Earth-type planets to different corporations. In this case, it's...
Then we got a look at the planets. Or we got to look at Hurston and Lorville flying in here.
In the distance, the big Hurston dynamic is sort of like the Tyrell building from Blade Runner. So that's the main area. And actually, when you land in Hurston, that's where you're likely to land. And it has all these beautiful shops inside, and it's all nice. And the outside of it's all
Appreciate it, Ron.
Smog and factories and polluted air. So let's fly up through. And again, Lorville's built using the same tech. It's a different kind of building set for a lot of it, but it's using the same sort of distribution tech that we do.
Yeah, Terra was in that big leak, but I think that was the work they did before they redid the landing zones. I think they had to start over on Terra.
Ships that we have in the games, which is kind of important for our game because we want to have everything feel real, visceral, tactile. And you can sort of appreciate just the sheer scale of these planets because, off in the distance, Hurston didn't look very big, and now we're flying through it, and it's these are pretty tall, big buildings.
No spaceport. Yeah, it looked very different back then. They were using a bunch of assets. You can actually see it here. This is how they were making cities.
We got NPCs living there. That's going to be an important point. Then we hit fill the city layout, and this is when all the models and everything starts to get propagated. But I should mention, it's not just models, it's particle effects, it's NPCs, it's shops, it's signs, it's all kinds of different content that really make the game for you. The other important part of it is being able to set the actual districts. So it's things like commercial, residential, industrial, and you might have heard of these before. And he sets different heights. These ones are suburban areas, or suburb areas.
This might be how they're doing the rework of Lorville right now.
It'll be different habitation sort of areas. And then we hit Save City Layout, and we've got our city. So it's really exciting tool set, and again, this comes from lots of artwork and really, really, really intelligent engineers. So you can see that in the distance is our elevated area. We've got a sort of industrial area that's been built up. You've got the signs, you've got the shops, and you could even see before when it was a little higher up that there's transportation between all of these districts, so you can still move around between, and that could be monorails, that could be roads, that could be whatever the artists actually come up with, or design rather. They come up with it. So as he flies around, you can see that this was more the commercial kind of area. This is where you'd find some of your shops, things like Dumpers Depot. And then over here was that sort of suburb area that he actually built up.
So that's 2017.
People could say, no, you can't.
It was 7 hours long, way longer than previously. This was the first year that they really, I think, had their together. They finally got a better presentation. It felt more planned. It felt more put together. It felt more like it was telling a story. They brought in multiple development teams. They talked about a lot of the stuff that was actually going on with the development, less about kind of, hey, this is what we want to do. Hey, this is what we have done in the last year, and more, hey, this is what we're doing, which I think I really appreciated. And then they focused a lot on the planet tech and telling us, okay, 3.0 is coming up. Here's what you should expect with that. So that was really nice. From there, we went to 2018. Let me see if I can find the full coverage for that. Full presentation, come on. This is just a keynote. Did they not upload the whole thing? No. That's weird. Okay, I think failure to report had the full thing up. Hope you don't mind, dude. Shout out to failure to report. I don't know if he's making much footage on this anymore.
With you again inside in just a few moments, okay?
Absolutely, sounds good.
All right. So, CitizenCon 2948, we've got a...
So this was pretty similar. I don't feel right using somebody else's like that. I don't like it. Maybe they have the playlist up at the very least.
It's fine once we get it. Yeah. Doesn't reset the gravity vector.
Yeah, they cut it into parts. Hold on a second. I'm sure it's here somewhere. CitCon 2048. There we go. 2948. So they started out with a keynote, I think, that year. And again, this was a pretty realistic...
We're really focusing on play experience now and building that up. And
yes.
So this is one of the steps towards
Well,
that.
especially getting OCS and the core tech out. You know,
Wait, we don't have a giveaway going on Stream Elements.
So Glenn's booting up real quick.
That is not the right link you should be getting, Sergeant Red. Go to spacetomatogaming.com/giveaways for our current giveaway going.
And also one caveat, since you guys know that...
So this was pretty realistic. This showed us exactly, well, not exactly, but mainly what we got within the next year or two.
Get better places, get a penthouse, get real estate on different locations. And our longer term goal with the hubs, I think in 3.3, the hub system is going to be not that different than what we have currently in 3.2, except for there will be persistence when you're in the session.
Kind of recognize all of
Do
this, right?
everything from playing an arcade game to sweeping the floor to having a drink.
Well,
eating food.
even allowing the player to do the same
Yeah,
thing.
and the player, you can use the same systems and animations. And so we want to build a living, breathing city.
This came into the PTU right after?
Because the thing is, in a multiplayer game, if you just rely on the players for the population.
So, like, we've gone through all of the years and we've seen how everything progresses. This, it's starting to look a lot like the game that we play now. Things are different a little bit. You see some differences, like the elevator controls there, like the HUD, and some of the performance.
See a fair amount of security. And
we have the spaceport across the way.
Yeah, Tessa Spaceport is the main spaceport of Lawville that's coming. And can't see if we ship, but there should be ships coming and going as well as players. So we have ships that are actually coming out of quantum travel in orbit and coming down, landing on the pad or taking off.
This looks more like now, but it was 4 to 5 years ago. Yeah, so this is after they finally got the graphics that we're currently using into the game. That's why it kind of looks like the game we currently have. And they had the different stuff that you'd expect. The missions were working mostly the same. Mission givers had gotten into the demo.
Particularly concerned with shades of morality, I may have a lead on some, well, let's just call it questionable materials in need of forceful collection. The devil's in the details, I believe. Read them well.
I believe you can run this mission still.
Okay, there's a satellite that's fallen from orbit, and it has a prototype.
Do his missions not work right now?
Interesting.
Check out.
Yeah, I think after 2018 it was, they realized mission givers weren't working that well, and they stopped development on them for a little while. The old way of equipping things.
Okay. All right. Write that up as
For those of you who joined in the last year, you might not have seen this.
So just put a little armor on top of the RSI.
That mission, I don't remember if that one has a PV encounter. I know
We'll do the
the
helmet when we fly.
T-Ship Pacheco one has PvP encounters
you
for
don't need
sure.
that on Hurston, even though the air quality is bad, it is breathable. All right. Okay.
So they get equipped, they go find their ship. I think they get a Mustang.
So, Glenn.
They take a flight out of the city.
So here you'll see the polluted coast.
So it's like we've been leading up to this now since I think the 2016 demo with the different versions of Planet Tech they've been showing us, and this is finally the one that we can actually expect to see. Took them a while.
So it's about Earth-sized base.
They fly over to one of the biomes.
All right.
They find a crashed satellite that the guy wanted them to go see.
Level above what we showed.
This is 2018.
And it's great. It's gonna be even better.
You can find these trees in the savanna biome on Hurston.
So, and here we go. In the current game, the fire doesn't damage you, but longer term, the fire will damage you. It'll be part of the player status system. We're going to measure the temperature and the heat. So over a certain amount, you start to see itself out.
And then Glenn has his moment here,
Basically,
platforming.
do a lot of these sort of activity with the environment again because we want it to be sort of a tactile, exploratory game feel to it. So. What's happened with is it me or is there's something blown out on
the lights?
Effects, yeah. Okay, let's try to make this jump. It's like old school platform game here. All right, are we going to do it, Glenn? Right,
I believe
we're
in
going to
you,
run
buddy.
up. Here we go. Oh! Glenn!
Yeah, Eagle, you point out a good point. You can still hear during this demo the same stuff Chris was doing the last 6 years, where he's just kind of telling us everything that's supposed to come to the game rather than just focusing on what's happening in the game.
First person. And we mantle up the last thing. All right. Back here.
Just
Try
talk
it
about
again.
what we're seeing, not what's coming. Oi! This was pretty funny.
Settle down. Heal yourself.
It is his personality, yeah. He's a very, very excited about this stuff.
Yeah, you better get that med pen. Do we get any?
Did you die?
He died.
Oh.
This was so funny. The fact that this happened in the middle of their demo was so freaking funny. But it's nice to see that they're doing it live and they have all those mistakes.
Can you do a go-to?
They basically just did a console command.
Okay, we did say it was real gameplay and live. There you go. So,
Don't you wish you could sometimes do that in game?
I think next time you fall, you should probably med pen before you take the next jump.
But he makes the jump! He makes the jump! CIG does not deliver this. This would legally be a scam. But this is in game.
All right. So,
Except for the go-to command. We can't do that.
So again, you're looking for a prototype blade.
At least from, as far as I'm aware, this mission's in game. So he goes through, he gets the deck, blah, 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 blah. He does all this stuff. And then we get another surprise ship, as somebody mentioned in chat. And the big reveal of a new...
shit, all right, well, I guess we don't have our eye.
What do you, YouTube is on private chat. What do you mean?
This isn't looking good. There's a cutlass.
Hey Chris, if you're out there, I may need some
There's
help
someone
here.
else, and this would be an example of someone else.
Oh, this is the
getting
counter mission?
The same mission to come and get there.
Ah,
They
that's
saw
the
it on
counter mission,
ship.
okay.
and they've decided to take it out and then try to go for the prototype.
Oh yeah, I have sub-only chat on YouTube because it stops the spam bots, the sex bots, from filling up chat with a bunch of "we have naked people," whatever. You just have to be subscribed for like a minute and then you can talk.
Player 6 just crashed.
What is that?
Ian, can you cut to camera 2? Chris, can you go? Chris, go third person.
I think this was the first time they dropped a straight to flyable ship. Is that right?
So, this is our friend that we just called, showing up. Let's show the tail side gunner as well, I guess. Cut to camera 3. There we go. So this is the Anvil Valkyrie, and it is the first straight to flyable ship that we've done. So it's a Anvil drop ship.
Yeah, first straight to flyable. This started a good trend.
It's going to feature also in Squadron 42, and this will launch with 3.3.
Take out 5, take out 4.
Yeah, let's get rid of the bad guys.
Take out the bad guys.
Take out the bad guys. Okay, so we jump forward from here, and we get to see the underground bunkers for the first time. So where all you go to all the missions over and over and over again in current game. This was the introduction to them. This was the first time we saw them, and the first time we got to experience them. And they did this really freaking cool. This was sick.
Okay.
Thanks for the sub, Rigo. Awesome stuff. Love your content and the podcast. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for the support. That was pretty dope. I was on my feet for that part, I think.
And this is
and then we got to see how bad the turret gameplay was.
version of the Temporal Cyclone, which is also going live with 3.3. So we have this, the racing version. I think the missile version. Do we? I can't remember if that's right.
I think all versions of them are
Okay. All right. We got rid of.
I think we got rid of all of them.
All the AA? All right,
yeah.
so...
We did it.
So they go down into the bunker, they clear it out. They put the security chip in.
Drop point in Lorville.
Yes, to get paid.
To get paid.
Then they return all the way back to Lorville. Basically, this is just them returning to the hab, showing off the city, taking a chance to show us that there's a ship shop. By the way, at this point, I believe we couldn't buy ships in-game. I think this was like them kind of showing that we could now start buying ships in-game. That was a huge turning point as well, because obviously a lot of people couldn't buy ships, and like it really wasn't to... No. Okay, at some point around this time, we were able to start buying ships in-game. And that was a big change because it didn't sound good that you had to pay money for ships, otherwise you couldn't have the ship. This is still here. This is the ship shop in Lorville. It still looks like this.
Definitely out of our price range. We don't have that much money. So let's go in and get something that's a little cheaper for us.
Yeah, this was kind of the end of the... Well, not the end, but this was a big hit on the whole pay-to-win idea. And it was good that they finally got this in. It took a long time.
I don't know how much. I think Mustang, maybe 100,000 or something.
I didn't...
I'd have to take a... I'd have to look. This is our first pass at We're still working on
Buying
the
ships with
economy
real
as a
money
whole
is not
matrix
bad,
in terms of
but if
how much
nobody can
material
afford it,
things
it
cost,
kind of
the
sucks.
manufacturing, quality, the
So that was the
brand,
keynote for 2018. We also got plenty of panels, though, just like the previous year in 2018, where they showed us different things like how the new flight model would work. We got a long, good look at the flight model, which unfortunately was not everything we needed at the time.
If I make a left turn, you can see how much more drift there is than there used to be. You really want to feel the momentum when you're moving a ship around.
She's on the phone right now. I need to wrap up things, though.
So I think the Gladius has quite a few thrusters that can point downward. So you will actually feel differences.
I showed the sandworm, yeah. This will all be on YouTube, so you can check out the
acceleration is also super important.
all that stuff.
The layout of the Gladius's thrusters actually gives it more pitch authority than yaw. And so in this ship, that's going to be the dominant way. You're going to want to try and use your roll.
They showed us what they were doing with Atmo flight, which we really didn't have much going into Atmo flight at the time. Showed off the sandworm probably like an hour ago.
So there we go, atmospheric flash.
Anybody notice anything different about what was shown there?
Well,
so now got lift.
In fact, you can actually almost completely arrest the drift that you would get in space. So you see how hard we can turn. We actually start to black out. That's not blackout from the thrusters. That is blackout from the aerodynamic forces on the ship, which is not something you get in space. I think this change this has to flight. You can see this is someone like, well, it's me trying to yaw really hard, and you see how the ship like torques back into the wind. If you, for example, try and hover your ship
2018,
and then accelerate to cruise speeds sideways, the ship will experience all these aerodynamic forces, and it'll actually pivot the ship back into the wind.
So we get this now in game, but we didn't get it before this update.
Like planes in real life don't fly sideways. So
the Gladius is probably one of the closest ships we have to a modern day plane. So it has that huge lift.
What's going on? So the red line is the drag, and it's obviously moving around because of some of the turbulence in the air. And you roll and pitch, and you get this sudden force of lift pulling the ship up. And this, unfortunately, we couldn't have aerodynamic flight at the Drake Virtual Training Facility today, but this difference is massive, right? If you try and strafe around and like circle strafe people in space, and you try and do that in atmosphere, it's going to go quite badly wrong for you. You need to really adjust your flight strategies in atmosphere, and the hope is that you're going to go into atmosphere, and atmospheric flight is going to be a bit more like planes, and that difference is going to be really, really drastic. And having that difference in gameplay is really, really exciting.
Yeah.
So we're also
Took them a long time to get this dialed in. It's still not dialed in, but you know what I mean. They showed off some of the cloth tech that they were doing, and I've actually got a good little spot in here for you.
It takes a certain amount of markup to still get our entity cloth reacting to this. I've also got now a wind entity that we just talked about, and I'm going to move it over the dynamic one. Did the video pause? Why did the video pause? I'm sorry, I got excited and I clicked on it. So you see, as it moves around, that actually reacts very realistically to it. And again, it's marked up as if it's on boxes, and we do this just with vertex colors. So we can make an asset, we can mark it up, and as you see, when I move the wind entity over the animated object, nothing happens, right? Because this is just a pre-canned animation doing the same thing, and this will collide with players, this will move into any of the wind direction changes, and as you see, I'm just pulling it all over it. So if any explosion happens, if anything dynamic happens, it's going to react appropriately. So that sort of gives you a good example of, there we go, sorry. A good example of why sometimes you want to make this dynamic rather than rather than pre-canned sort of animation. And again, it saves on our joints, saves on animation, saves on a lot of work. So let's show a couple of the features.
Final product, but
I would do it on purpose.
Yes, I think when you're physically.
He meant like he was moving it when he was
long,
recording the
first moment you see stuff like that.
what's it called?
You're super happy because that's already a big breakthrough.
These are all videos, because these are just the tech demos. These aren't the gameplay demo. So they record these videos and then they talk over them during the thing. This is interesting. Anybody recognize what this might be?
Yeah, so
he actually just said it. He spoiled it for me.
yes, so that is one of the Hurston security guards, I think, and yeah.
This was the first version of the Hurston security armor. Very interesting, but that's what they were using to test the cloth simulation.
Guards, I think.
Imagine if Hurston security was wearing this. Jesus.
It's amazing how complex this stuff is, and it still looks like impeccable. Looks similar to like an offline cloth simulation. And ultimately, with this system, what I'd like to do is like simulate as many objects as we can. Like currently,
The capes don't move like this?
Most of
I
them.
honestly haven't paid much attention to them, so I don't know. But this is where they were talking about a lot of the cloth simulation stuff.
That will come up.
They also got into kind of the designs of Loreville. They talked about lore stuff. They talked about player character art stuff. They got into VFX, how they would handle space clouds. This was the first time we started to hear about volumetric space clouds and how they would make that work.
As you can see,
How they would cull it out based on what was in the way and what wasn't.
For us is we can pass on somewhere else. Back to another 5,000 hours in MS Paint. You can see the chunks in the middle in the empty space. We just didn't.
Looked at lightning.
But we also brought in a
And then
new
I think they gave us a pretty cool demo here. I think this is probably looking kind of similar to what they're doing in Pyro from what we've seen. Pyro seems like they're going a lot harder with the space cloud stuff than they did in Stanton. I think, in fact, hold on, let me pull up a clip. I'm pretty sure we've seen some stuff like this. I don't think I have it saved. Oh, come on. No way. I swear I had this saved. We've seen something like this that they've shown for Pyro's development. I gotta find it. Here we go. So this is kind of similar, I think. Looking at this and then looking at this. Not as many particles and stuff flying around, but you can tell it was definitely kind of inspired by this early demo of VFX. So this is 2018. This is, I believe, 2021. And this is still gray box. It's not all complete, but you can see that they are going to start looking at more locations similar to this. So I think that's something we can look forward to. So they did a VFX demo. What else did they do?
Yeah, I hope you liked it. It's a lot of work that's went into that. A lot of different.
And then they did a road to release. And this was pretty crucial too. Much better than the 2016 one. Holy crap.
Vision of Star Citizen, and really for us.
They started talking about the different sort of
floating precision, so moving from 32-bit to 64-bit, so we can have which billions are there looking just air.
This kind of showed the milestones that they want to hit before they get to a time when they think that the game is actually in a good state. And we go through all the different things that they hit in the past. They moved their way all the way up. They kind of freaking forgot about this organization system, but we are getting full persistence now with PEZ. So that's kind of a big step that they were aiming for. And we don't quite have it yet, but we've, you know, obviously it's at some point going into Evocati testing. So that's a good milestone that they're hitting. And then they also mention here
we'll be able to get to thousands of players
full per server persistence, yes. But when they say full persistence, they mean the ability for things to persist as opposed to you log out, you log back in, and it doesn't stay there. And then what comes after that, obviously, was server meshing. So they... Why is it so hard to find that on screen? Here we go.
Is server meshing. So when we get server meshing, that is, we think, the last piece of the puzzle to have the full game experience. And this is our ability to go, you know, right now we have about 50 players on a server. We probably will be able to increase that number because of bind culling and stuff, but it's still going to cap out at a certain level. With server meshing, we'll be able to get to thousands of players playing concurrently.
I hate that the organization system has just kind of been, organizations, what? What's that? They talked about telemetry. That was where they introduced that.
What we see in our control dashboard.
That was mainly 2018. Okay, on to 2019.
You know, PCs are challenging because everybody has a slightly different configuration.
2019 was kind of the same.
Bitcoin mining on the side.
Big keynote.
Is basically
they had a big demo with a fake mission, of course. NPCs flying ships in atmosphere. We still don't have.
Right. And by the way, Glenn.
There was this nice little scripted sneaking mission. They meant organizations like player orgs. So us controlling our own orgs in game, being able to set things up like payment systems and taxes and things like that. Yeah, this is the part 2 of the demo. So you can see it was kind of a sneaking demo with dead AI. NPCs do come flying into ships now, but you can't get on the ship. Well, maybe you can actually, I think somebody said. They just don't fly you.
Go. And maybe under here to get to the other side. And by the way, one of the reasons why, yeah, there you go. One of the reasons, obviously, why Microtech, they like this planet and they've been cold is to essentially cool all their...
There's some
right, let's try to get some
hacking.
Central. Yeah, this is John. Storage areas.
So we have non-lethal takedowns now.
They just ran past that body.
Yeah, let's get out. Yeah, it's part of the...
And then there was environmental stuff.
But we have, we're working on environmental shader effects. So there was snow accumulation on the jacket that he wore. You notice, you go back and look at what it was when he got it and what it is now. And with that, accumulation is meant to be for things like snow, rain, dust, dirt, and that's something that we're looking to have in 3.9.
And
so
that,
you really feel
that
the
depends on the biome, basically your environment. So,
yes.
And they'll build up over.
And other things.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
Show
so the
the
rule
armor
sets
they
are things
brought
like
in.
temperature, even elevation.
They show the Ursa. This was the introduction to the Carrack.
Show off, Glenn. Hey.
Yeah, the weather and environmental effects were pretty cool. That was a nice introduction. Then they got to show us embarrassingly how bad the turret gameplay was, which eventually led to actual turret improvements. Hey, Hindrosa, how you doing, dude? I had a good trip. Thank you for asking. How have you been, man? Let me give you that shout out. This was like, yeah, 3.9. This is all the way back during 3.9. You can see how difficult it was to use turrets back then. Gosh. Gosh. Oy.
Get him, get him. Come on. Blow up.
Come on, Glenn.
Glenn!
Come on, Glenn.
Hey, Sam, why don't you bank?
All right, one more. Okay, come on, let's get him.
Come on, Glenn.
Okay, last one. Okay, we got one more, right?
Was that all of them?
Oh, man.
No, there's one more. Here he is. Get him. Sam's basically flying the ship to try and give Glenn a good shot.
And it wasn't working. They eventually got out. And they went to, for this little teaser here, they went to a jump gate.
And here we're at the jump point to the pyro system. Now, you don't necessarily need infrastructure for jump points, but the more traveled ones are the ones that used to be traveled, which pyro used to be, but not particularly anymore, have what we call jump rings around them, and they help stabilize the jump point to make for a smoother jump. If you don't have one, then it's more difficult, and the entrance is harder or difficult. But sometimes just
skip forward to
A little
that.
bit more lawless system. All these.
Do you guys think we should open it?
Yes.
I think we should go.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I think we're just not getting a keynote so they don't have to like put the work in, to be honest. Because they have plenty of stuff in the pipeline right now that they could make a keynote out of. Hacking stuff, the power system stuff, outposts, like, they could probably, and people would still like it. I know, yes, it would be a repeat of last year. Yes, it's more than we need. Yes, it's lame and stupid. Yes, I know, but like, they could still do it, and I think people would still be interested. But I think they're just saving themselves the time at this point. They got to get out info, and they've got to get this stuff worked on, because they are behind on the pyro system. The undulating throat of a jump gate. They came out in what was a faked pyro, and we got like 10 seconds of footage of it. And then they told us pyro was coming in the next year.
Obviously,
and they were wrong.
brings in jump points. We
Remember
have
like
dynamic
all of
fiber.
those years that we've already watched where he was like, I'm not going to say a date. And then he said dates. So from there, we also got to see a cool look at the early economy system, which still isn't in the game, which is why I don't mind not seeing Tony Z this year.
When you're talking about
It's a good watch, and it's a very, very cool concept, but it is not in the game. There's a very, very small amount of this in the game right now. But overall, 2019 was again kind of like 2018 in that they decided to go away from more of the kind of marketing that they were doing in 2016 and 17, and it was more about the work that they were currently doing in terms of the planet tech, the weather systems, the planet tech, I already said planet tech stuff, the ship stuff, and the overall kind of goal that they had for the next year or two. Not as good as 2018, I don't think.
personal thing, like you would have a brush inside.
in terms of being more on par with what was actually going to get done. But this was a really good demo. I would suggest everybody watch this if you're interested in the planets. They explained a lot about how the planet tech works. And I think this was a super informative one.
It's too unwieldy, so instead we moved to a system where we literally paint the surface of the planet using like a paintbrush. So this is a quick demo of this being used here. And because we don't want to paint the entire surface of the planet, when you paint on the surface, you're actually painting what you would like to appear at them climate conditions. So if you paint somewhere that's 20 degrees C and the humidity is 50%, you're actually painting every single point on the planet that has exactly those climate conditions.
This is 2019.
So by doing it this way, next slide, we can very quickly build up very interesting biomes, and while it looks like you're just painting the small area of land in front of you, you're painting huge areas of the planet at once. And this was something that was immediately appealing to the artists, because this is a very familiar workflow for anyone that's worked on a game engine before, like a smaller scale one.
This is 3 years ago.
But yeah, it scales up for us. So here we've just painted a few trees and bushes, and instantly you can see the whole area is now being...
I think everybody did.
We skipped 2020.
That moment came in.
Yeah.
Although they did manage to still give themselves a headache that year. I think, what did they do? Oh, with the Squadron 42 thing. We were supposed to get a Squadron 42 demo. Or like a video for like half the year, and then they finally dropped it, and they never gave us another one after that. It was very dumb. And then we had last year. Last year was pretty good. I liked last year. I think they did a good job of giving us information last year that we needed. They set the stage for a lot of what was actually being added at the time. Inventory systems, the inventory systems, the medical systems, and the like AI on planets and that kind of stuff, I think was solid. This was a little bit of a weird panel because they showed us so much concept art like straight off the bat, which was annoying. But again, we got kind of a similar demo here as we did with Stanton, where they showed off the planet tech, what they were hoping to do with the planet tech on specific planets. And I'm guessing this explanation is probably similar to what we're going to get this year in the first panel, but it will be with actually like in the game. They didn't say in game, they said in engine, but this is also an engine, so I'm not sure how it will differ. And then this one ended with another demo.
What we're seeing here is like,
so I was talking about they have like planet AI navigation. They show us some of the inventory stuff that we got shortly after. They showed us let's see, where was that? What we didn't get from here was the actual outposts. Still aren't here. Those are meant to be coming in
they turret like
4.0
on demo 1, or it could contain like cargo storage. Basically, we tried to design something that was as flexible as possible.
So this was added shortly afterward with the inventories, which was nice.
As well as the inventory system. So this will be shipping in 315. This allows bodies to be able to be interactive.
The actual like sneaking around isn't really a thing.
Through one of these, like,
can't think of any missions that require any sneaking.
It's given like the highest point in the base, so from here, you can actually, you know, make probably the most informed decisions.
But in general, this was just another like, just a demo in the outpost that they did 3 different times
and making each one
to show the different ways you could do it. We don't have any missions like that either, but we do have this sort of lock boxes now. I think that was another thing that we didn't have before this demo.
That was a great one.
So here, the player decided to take the dealer.
And then they just did some review of how they made this demo. It was a cool demo, but
the asset. We also knew we wanted it to have some sort
it's not something we can play yet.
So once the concept
they also spent a lot of time talking about things like the rendering engine, which was really nice. This was a lot of good information straight from the mouths of the devs themselves. Again, I think this was part of the trend that started more in 2017, that started to give us more reliable information about the stuff they were working on from the actual people working on it, which was nice. This was dry, thick. If you'd like to learn more about this, I have a video for it on my channel from way back, like November last year.
is insert a pipeline barrier into the...
They showed us some more of the Planet Tech stuff. We got to see kind of rivers, which again, this is another thing they introduced and then they got into the game this year, which was nice. You kind of see how it developed since then. We've seen now that they're able to add rivers across the planet rather than just work on one like this.
Our own specific river material.
And they showed off the base building tool that they now use for outposts.
Small elements that will be placed.
And this tool makes a big difference because before they couldn't flatten the ground for an actual outpost like this. That's why all the outposts in game have those stilts. But this new system allowed them to flatten wherever they wanted on a planet and create actual outposts. And that's something we've been seeing a lot of on ISC ever since.
Every part is modular of a homestead.
And something we'll probably see at CitizenCon this year.
That is a part of the homestead. In that way, it's very easy to make a lot of different...
And then I think the most important one probably from last year, which detailed to us how server meshing, persistent entity streaming, and all that stuff was going to work. This is also a really good panel, again from the people who are working on it, showing us more of how the game is actually supposed to work rather than some like magical dreams that they had. I think these panels were a lot more important than the keynote itself. So CitizenCon last year, again, was very much in that sort of model of this is the actual work going on, and this is what we're actually doing to complete it. And I liked that, and I'm glad they're going more in that direction this year without a keynote, with just the panels and hopefully just the information we need. I know I rushed the heck out of this, but I am super late. So, I really hope you guys enjoyed this. I'm sorry we had to rush through those last 3 years so quickly, but I do have a video detailing all of this coming out for supporters. So if you are a Twitch subscriber, YouTube channel member, Patreon supporter, I will have a video on this coming out tomorrow night that will detail all of the history of CitizenCon in a much more concise and polished way. And I hope you enjoy it. I also put a video out earlier today that talks about what I expect at CitizenCon this year if you want to check that out. And of course, I will be doing a stream during CitizenCon if you would like to join me for that. I think that's going to be a fun one. We'll all talk and chat and all that jazz. But I'm going to go get some dinner. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I'm going to send you all on to... I'm going to send you over to Star Streams. He's streaming right now on YouTube. And then you guys on Twitch, I'm going to send you over to Moist Noodle. We haven't rated him in a little while. Looks like he's doing some Star Citizen stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much for the support. Thanks for being here and just watching, guys. This was a lot of fun. This was a heck of a journey. This was a lot of CitizenCon. We just went through like 8 years of CitizenCon. Oh. I hope you got to learn something. I hope you had fun. Guys, thanks again to everybody for coming, and I'll be here again on Wednesday. Remember, you can type an !CitCon and hit that link if you want to get a reminder for the stream this weekend. And with that, have a good day. Appreciate you all. 07s, I'll catch you all later. Ooh, Deepa, thank you for the super chat at the end there. Appreciate you, buddy.